Okay, we're live. Sorry about that. We had a little miscommunication with the link. I actually think I didn't send it, so that's all on me. But this is our guest. This is Criptex, and he's a fellow creator. How are you doing?
Super, super.
Super. Me, me too. A little bit rough with the kids, but kids will drive you crazy.
Why? What happened?
My daughter's just like a little bit sick, so she's like extra needy, but she's feeling better now, so that's good.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for having me on your show.
Yeah, I have watched you for a very long time, and I enjoy your content a lot. You're like one of my original creators that I like watch all the time.
Same here. Big fan since the beginning. Fishy. It's the first
Yeah.
time I'm a guest in any show, and I'm so happy it's in your show. So thank you so much again. I
Well, I
hope.
mean, technically it's your second time, but the first time I was like out of capacity, and so sorry if I was rude that time.
No, the other time I was not invited. I just jumped into your channel, but yeah, I'm so happy for being here. I hope we are not gonna be lost in translation. I know that my accent is not very easy for you, and yours for sure is not easy for me. But it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be fun.
Sorry. It just if you need me to repeat anything, just ask because sometimes I will talk a little bit fast and but I think that I can understand you pretty well. So I think
Same
it'll
here.
be fine.
I think so. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so like what made you decide to start your channel?
Well, actually, I had a channel since forever, but that was not related to true crime, right? Just
Mm,
putting goofy videos of like me on the snow, something like that. But when I learned about the Delphi's case, at that point I decided to like to change the direction of my channel and to create content about Delphi. I love true crime. I love crime documentaries, but with the Delphi case, I never seen a community like that before. There was this group of awesome creators there. At the time, it was Greeno, Crime Dive, Matt Sullivan, True Crime Jesus, one of the best.
yeah.
I miss him. I miss him a lot.
I
Uh,
don't know what happened.
yeah, I talked to him from time to time. He was bullied. He has a autistic kid,
Mm,
and there was a troll in the community, and yeah, he was kind of bullied. He lives here in Canada. Great guy. His name is Ian. I love him. And let's see if he come back. There was also HCC, Who's Your Cold Cases. I
hmm.
love the guy. He's very intelligent, bright mind.
Very smart.
The captain, it's like my superhero.
Hmm.
Bruiser, Michael Catt. So it was like a great crew at
Yeah,
the time,
definitely.
and I wanted to like to be part of that community. So I started to make my own content. I tried to do something different. Everybody was doing like long shows or long videos. I I tried to do like mini clips. I was trying to connect the Delphi case with psychological experiments, with movies, and was trying to be a little bit tough, provoking. So that was like my kind of thing here.
Yeah, I
Uh,
really enjoy like how you use the movie clips and stuff. It definitely did set you apart and help like explain things very clearly. So I always like that.
yeah, me too. So That's how I started. At the time, I remember it was this guy Graz. He was doing like every week, like a summary of the Delphi case, and he was
Mhm,
playing videos of every content creator. I
mhm,
think it was like Saturdays or Sundays, and I remember that maybe you were creating content at the same time I was doing that, and I knew about you because I was watching Grass and he was playing your videos there, and yeah, it was that's the story.
yeah, I remember, Graz, he was pretty cool, he ended up not we ended up getting a little tiff, but, he was cool, I always liked him,
Yeah, same
yeah,
here. But
that was, like, nice having that, like, little preview of all the channels because 'cause he'd just go through and play, like, little clips, that was pretty cool.
yeah, it was cool. And what about you? Same question, but for you, I want to know what how
What
did you
sparked
start?
my interest?
Yeah.
Um, I just, like, decided or I was listening to, Kendall Ray, and she was covering the case, and I was just, like, cleaning my house, and then, it was one where Kelsey went on and talked to her, and I don't know, just, like, something sparked my interest in the things that Kelsey was saying because I think I knew a little bit about the case before and, like, just, nobody was, like, saying anything about the families, which now maybe I, um, had to, like, apologize and stuff for that, but, like, I mean, there was inconsistent statements, and so, like and I felt like people should be able to talk about it, like, freely, and it just, like, was very faux pas at the time. I don't even know if that's the right word, so, um, but, so I just decided to start a channel because I couldn't, like, argue in the chats anymore. I got, like, banned from a bunch of channels.
Yeah, sure. No, I loved your videos. Very, I think in some kind of way your videos and mine were kind of similar in terms of the I don't know the length. You were very tough, provoking, and not exactly the same, but I don't know. It was kind of connected to your.
Yeah, for sure, and like, really tried not to speak, like, too much myself, but use, like, their own words and stuff, which, because I wasn't, like, trying to necessarily, like, say anything about the family, just using their own words and stuff to point out things that just didn't quite make sense to me.
Mhm.
Also, like, questioning law enforcement, I think that there was, like, a very strong, push to not question law enforcement in this case, which I always was like, "What? Like, it's been so long, how are we not gonna question them?"
Yeah, exactly. Questions were needed at the time. Still, we still need some answers.
Yeah, I agree. So how do you feel about, or let's
Uh,
see. How do you feel about, like, the community and, like, the 2 sides and people pressuring other people on what they're allowed to say or cover?
Good question. I think the community is very, how can I say, polarized. Let's say there are two sides. That's clear. The pro al and the pro prosecution. Let's say. And one thing I don't like at all is that I'm not gonna say everybody there, but in those groups, there's like the culture of the mutual compliment. I don't know if that is the good word. Like to be part of that group, you have to share the same ideas, but you have to be like part of that mutual compliment society. I don't know if I'm making myself clear,
I think
but
you're saying that, like, in order to be a part of that community, you have to, like, have, like, the same, thoughts and views and, like a little echo chamber kind of.
yeah, something
Yeah.
like that. Like you have your hands attached or tied up at one point. I don't think all of them are really like free thinkers. I'm not gonna criticize any one of them, but that's my feeling. So I try to be like more in the, I'm not gonna say in the middle, but I don't want to be necessarily part of a group because I think that's gonna influence the way I think, my opinions.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see this. There are agendas in every side, so I don't really like people messing with the case, people being involved with the prosecution, working with the Nick, let's say, or in the other
Mm-hmm.
side, working with the defense attorneys or lawyers. I think this is not our place. We are here to ask questions. We are here to be free thinkers, to speculate because we don't have the whole evidence in front of us. So
Mm-hmm.
we are trying to work with the limited information we have. But I really don't like people messing with the case. And some creators were proud because they were in contact with Nick or with the defense lawyers, and I really don't like that. People hacking the Keegan Klein's or the Anthony Schultz account.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that is gonna compromise the case at one point. I really didn't like that, but anyways, I don't know if I lost your question, but
No, I definitely I agree. It kind of like if you're in a group, like you kind of get locked into that side, not only because you are hearing like the same thoughts and like getting that like validation from when you like speak the same talking points that are like in that group, but it just like it doesn't allow you to like you shouldn't pick a position when you don't have all the evidence because it leaves you stuck in that like you don't see anything outside of that, I
mm,
guess.
I agree.
Yeah. And then like then you also like kind of link your identity and your friends and everything to that side, like oh, you're pro defense, so you are like with these people and honestly like it was very hard to like switch sides or try to even like have dialogue with the other side because they didn't even want to talk about it.
Exactly, 100%. That's my feeling too. And
Yeah,
that's
so
go ahead.
that's just like a lesson to be learned, I feel like, from this whole case is just to maybe like be open more to discussion with each other.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, that's something sad I see in this community, and it's hard to enter into those uh, groups even as a viewer in the chat of those
Hmm.
guys. You speak your mind and they're gonna make fun of you, they're gonna just block you even if you are respectful. So that's why I wanted to have my own channel to speak my mind, to express my theories, to give space to my viewers to to express themselves, to
Hmm.
tell their theories with respect for sure. But I'm not gonna block anyone, or I'm not gonna make fun of everyone because he has a different point of view uh, from mine.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And like your chat was always like very, I would see people from both sides and one of the kindest like chats. And I think like Al on the Prowl, he's another one that has a very kind chat. And I think a lot of that is set by like the creators themselves, what they like, what kind of environment they foster in their chat. And I wouldn't say that necessarily that that's like from blocking everyone. That's like not the way to go, but just expect people to act better like adults.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's a like a safe space, let's say. And you just told it. There are people from one side, from the other side, but the dynamic there is really cool. Uh, I love that, and I think in your channel is the same. I feel the same here.
One thing I always like, I loved when you like took off your mask and you were just yourself, which like I don't go on camera because people are just they can be so mean. It's like my my psyche can't like take them picking everything apart, you know? And so like how like what made you take off your mask and how did you feel like comfortable to do that?
I'm still not comfortable at all. I'm super shy. The story is this one. At the beginning, I was just making short videos, short clips, right, with the movie stuff, the psychological experiments, etc. At one point, I wanted to go to another level, so I said to myself, it's gonna be cool to talk in front of the camera, but I'm super shy. I my English is not my first language. It's not even my second language. So of course I don't speak English perfectly. I have a strong accent, and I'm super shy. So I said, okay, I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna put a mask. At the same time, if you see the Captain Howdy, he's like my superhero, and he's
Mhm.
not going in front of the camera as well. So I was kind of inspired, but by the captain. Today he calls himself the Captain Howdy. I don't know why he's the real captain.
Mhm.
He changed his name because he wanted to make a difference between him and the captain from True Crime Garage. But the
Mhm.
real captain is the Captain Howdy. He's the captain. Anyway, I'm lost again. So he's not using he's not showing his face. So I was like kind of inspired by him. Like this is cool. The mystery of not knowing your face. Bruiser, he was doing the same. So those guys were like an inspiration from me.
Mhm.
Then what happened is because of my accent and I had that mask in my face, it was impossible for the viewers to understand what I was saying.
Mhm.
So at one point, whatever, let's take the mask off and let's show my face. That's the story. But it was fun when I had the mask. I
Yeah.
really liked that time too.
Um let's see. So let's see. Sorry. I was listening. Oh yeah. So what how do you feel about like how the trial went? Is there anything that like specifically stood out to you or like just your general thoughts on all of that?
Uh, I was, I'm not gonna say shocked by the verdict, but I was surprised. I don't think the state they proved their theory. I think today we have maybe more questions than answers. I was expecting a hung jury verdict.
Mhm.
I think there's a lot of questions to be solved. Uh, in my opinion, I always said that Richard Allen is involved. He's guilty, in my opinion, but he's not the only one here. It's just my feeling. Again, speculation based on the limited information we have. But yeah, I don't think there was like full justice for the girls here. That's uh, that's my feeling about the verdict.
How do you think that Richard Allen and the Kleins are linked?
Uh, I'm working on a theory. I'm still doing some research, but I have contradictory information from my sources. I'm working with some guys from Delphi. I think one of the connections is a business that is like a second-hand business where the family of Cathy Allen they sell cars, and I think that was a point of meeting where the Allens and the clients could share some time, let's say.
Mhm.
Also, uh, according to some information online, I'm not sure about that, but it seems that Richard Allen and Tony Klein they worked at the same time in a factory. I think it was a Chrysler factory. I don't remember
Mhm.
what factory exactly, but they lived very close, one house from the other one. And but the big thing here is the Wabash River search. I think that the Keegan Klein's confession was like a direct link between the Kleins and the Allen arrest. So I don't think that the Keegan Klein's confession at the Grissom Air Force Base was bullshit. I think that something is truth. There's some truth behind that confession. Law enforcement they went into that huge expedition um to look for some items in the Wabash Ridge during Wabash River during I don't know 4 or 5 weeks. I think it was like $1 million the cost of that search, and just right after that they arrested Richard Allen. So there are different angles and different I think different type of connections between Allen and the clients, but to me that Wabash River search was a clear indication that the clients knew or they were connected to Richard Allen. It's just my opinion. And as I told you, I think there are some other potential connections in Peru in that car shop that belongs to Cathy Allen's family.
Yeah. I didn't know about any of those connections, but I mean, there's definitely like Keegan Klein definitely is like he did a lot of shady stuff like erasing his phone and everything like at the right times and just a lot of those actions, but it seems like I don't know if every area has like that many like bad people like around it. Like if you just take the magnifying glass and you look at any area that closely, if that's how everywhere is, it's kind of like it's pretty scary, you know, because there a lot of those people that like were around that area were not good people like Gabe Ellis and Garrett Kurtz and Keegan Klein. It's like those girls were like it's terrifying. I have a little girl and it's just I don't even know how you keep them safe because they were just going for like a walk. Like it should never have happened. It's very sad. Like I can't even imagine. Just when they're getting like their first taste of freedom, it's just like ripped away from them. It sucks. Very much sucks. But
Yeah,
um let me see. Oh yeah, what are your first and second languages?
French.
French?
But my first language is Spanish. Sorry, my second one is French. Third one is English.
How like in Canada, do you guys all like learn multiple languages or just happen to be like how it
Well,
happened for you?
you have to learn the languages, especially here in Quebec, to survive. If you don't, you're kaput. So I learned English in Colombia, but in French also. but here is another universe. I was learning French in Colombia with a teacher from Belgium, and before coming to Canada, I was sure that I was able to speak French. But when I came here, the French language here is another thing. I didn't understand anything, so I had to learn again how to speak Quebec French. And if you go, let's say in your company, if you are in a meeting, they start speaking English, and just like that, they turn to French. So you have to know both languages just to survive. If not, you're dead here.
Yeah, I can't imagine, like, it's definitely, I guess you'd call it, like, white privilege or something here, but, my daughter went to a school that had, like, predominantly Mexican kids because it was, like, a farm school, I guess, and so one time, like, usually they would have to wear the translation earpiece thing, and they would have somebody that was translating everything, but, like, one night, they didn't have the translator, so we were like, me and my, baby's dad, we had to wear them, and it was just, like, a really weird dose of, like, reality that those people were going through, like, all the time, that I had to go through for, like, one night, just, like, the delayed speaking, and it was I don't know, I can't imagine being thrown into that and just, like, kinda having to figure it out.
Yeah, no, yeah, languages are something.
It's cool though to, like, know multiple languages. My daughter's in the dual language program, so I've been
She speaks Spanish perfectly, or
she has, like, a perfect accent. It's
yeah.
funny.
Wow,
Yeah.
cool.
She's always correcting me, and I'm like, "Okay." Like, so I
So you
joined this
so you
Discord to, like, learn the accent better.
so you speak Spanish too.
No, I wouldn't say I speak Spanish. I'd say I'm trying to just keep up with her. She's in 2nd grade, so
Okay,
yeah.
cool,
I
cool,
would
cool.
like to speak Spanish. That would be cool.
I can
Um,
help you.
yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
that'd be cool.
Happy to help.
Um, let's see. Oh yeah. So what do you think like stood out to you that like the that during the case that maybe the prosecution like failed at and like excelled at, and the same with the defense, but we could start with the prosecution.
Like the good points from the prosecution and the failures, let's say.
Yes.
Well, I don't think the prosecution did great, but they didn't have to do great to convict Allen. The case was like a reflection, like how can I say that? During the date of the first day, the day of the opening statements, if you remember, the prosecution, they were not able to turn on the screen,
Uh-huh.
so they lost like I don't know, like 10 minutes out of 1 hour, maybe it's a significant amount of time to present your case during the opening statements, let's say. So that was like, you think about what happened before during almost 7 years, and it was the same. They were doing one mistake after the other one, and they have like 5 years to prepare the case, and you go the first day of the process, and you messed like that. It was
Uh-huh.
just like a reflection of what was happening before. And again, they didn't have to do great to convict Allen, because the defense, they didn't have all the tools to define to do a proper defense of his client.
Uh-huh.
Of course, if we think cold, at the end there were 12 jurors saying this guy is guilty. He was the only one. guilty of kidnapping, guilty of murder. So if you think just like that of the prosecution, they did great. But this is just like the surface of the things.
Mhm.
Uh, the case was a mess. Even the all those mistakes when they were saying that the sticks were items of not evidentiary value.
Yeah.
How can you say that? It's, I don't understand that. Is and people were accepting that, minimizing that. Oh, for sure, you're not gonna be able to have like a transfer of DNA or fibers or particles or whatever into those sticks because
Right.
they were exposed to the elements. But are you serious? You are a crime scene professional, and you say that the sticks that those were items in contact with the injuries of the girls, and you say
Uh-huh.
that they were items of not evidentiary value. Same thing with the hair that was found in Abby's hand. They didn't care about knowing the match. Okay, they tested the hair, but who was the match? They didn't care about that. Um, what else? There are multiple examples that I don't remember at this moment, but it was really uh, like the best example of how not to conduct an investigation, in my opinion.
Mhm.
A lot of the evidence that were lost. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 17 or 70 days of uh, interviews that were lost. Uh,
Mhm.
Not acceptable. What about the height of Bridge Guy? They
Yeah.
didn't pay like $10,000 to do a proper determination of the height of a bridge guy because the resources were not a priority at that time. How can you say that? It was really sad. So we don't know a lot of important information because of the incompetence of law enforcement. But at the end, they they got it. They have the result they wanted. So yeah, we can say that they did a great job because Allen is in jail, in prison.
Mm.
I don't know what's your opinion about that.
I refuse to say they did a great job. I say if they did get the right guy, it was purely by like accident. Like it's not due to any of the police work that they did whatsoever. Like the height, I think that one is crazy because even if it was off by like 2 inches, when you have suspects that are like 5'4" to I think Patrick Westfall is like very tall, like
Yes,
6'4" or something, So that even if it's off by 2 inches, that like eliminates a lot of people on either side.
yeah, 100%, of course. It's a
And
very
$10,000, like that's really like they spent $1 million on the river search, but they couldn't spend $10,000 for the height. That's wild. Even just like the interviews and stuff that were erased, that they got the software from like China and they didn't like I don't know, give it to the FBI. That's like what they do. That's like their specialty. Like that is appalling to me. And so for people to be okay with what happened is like I think people should be like fired or held accountable in some way. Like, you know?
100%. I agree totally. Do you think there were other actors there or just Allen? What's your opinion about that?
Um I don't think that Alan fits the behavioral like patterns that you would like. I was very surprised they didn't find any sort of child porn. And people say like they didn't find his phone from that time, but like they did find all his other phones. So if he has like that issue, it would be showing up like way earlier.
Hmm.
Um
What about
yeah.
the
Hmm?
what about the phone? what is the phone? I was expecting to have that phone to get the answers. I think most of the answers are there in the phone he was using the day of the disappearance of the girls.
You mean
Uh,
like where is it as far as like the physical phone, or like where
yeah,
is it? Like,
yeah,
I
exactly.
think, I mean, they said that they have like a lot of his other phones, but I mean, say that phone, he was like, he left it somewhere, or like, I mean, people lose their phones. It's not, or it gets stolen or whatever. They should still be able to get some of that data without the physical phone.
I agree, and the problem is not necessarily Richard Allen hiding the phone or destroying the phone after years, but law enforcement. Because if he went to talk to law enforcement, I don't know, 1 week after the murders, I don't remember what was the frame time or the time frame. At that point, he should have his phone, right? So the
Hmm.
phone was available for law enforcement, but they didn't do anything with Richard Allen. Okay, thank you for the statement. Have a good day. And 7 years after, by the way, we have a lost tip here, the Doolin case, right? So that bothers me a lot, the lack of phone, and it's not necessarily uh, culpability to be attributed to Richard Allen, but rather to law enforcement as well. You know what I mean?
I do. And like, how do you feel about them not allowing the geo fence data, or like that phone data in that had the other phones that were in the area, but allowing, basically they like picked and chose which like phone data like suited their purpose for that day, because they use that evidence in other cases all the time. Like, I don't know.
I I I, I don't understand. I don't understand why that information was not allowed to be presented in the case. I think some important answers could be solved by analyzing the geofencing data. As you said, it's used in other cases. I think there was a lot of, how can we say, lack of transparency here in this case. Everything we learned about the process was thankfully to the YouTubers that were reporting from the courthouse,
Hmm.
because even the TV news agencies, they didn't do a great job. So actually, there were the YouTubers taking notes that gave us the proper information, but we didn't have cameras inside the courtroom. We didn't have any audio uh, material, nothing. I don't understand why that happened. And as you said, it's sad that we don't have the geofencing data as part of the evidence here, and I don't understand why. I don't know anything about legal stuff, but yeah, that was really sad.
Yeah, this case was like a lot of like, I was just really honestly just like shocked many times that like this was going on, especially when they like arrested him and they didn't put his data like publicly, and then they just whisked him off to prison. And I was just like, because like when they say everybody like is Richard Allen, they don't mean like everybody's a murderer. They just mean that if there's not the evidence or the strong PCA and stuff, that could happen to any of us, and in that way we're all Richard Allen. Not if he's a murderer that that's what we're all doing. Like, that's not at all what it means. It's just like those things are important. The process, like the details, the accountability, that's what keeps everybody safe from like the cops just coming and arresting you for saying that you did something.
Exactly. Exactly. I agree 100% with you, Fishy.
Yeah, I had this guy Sterling on, and he was saying how like it's interesting how the jury process works because it seems like basically you're
Who,
sending the jurors back to be like peer pressured into changing their opinion, kind of.
who is Sterling? I saw you have this guy in your chat, but who is him? Is a creator or?
He's not a creator. He's actually uh he basically is Greeno's friend, but like I I used to they are friends, but he
Mhm.
definitely like holds Greeno to account. Like he doesn't let Greeno slide on anything. He questions him and stuff. And I've seen him get in very big fights, but I know that they have like a mutual respect for each other. I wanted them both on at the same time because it would have been fun, but
You should do it.
yeah, I'm gonna try to get him on at the same time. Sterling works a lot, so it's hard to get him.
Okay. So what was he saying about that?
Oh, he was just saying that it doesn't seem like a good idea to send them back to basically be like peer pressured because
Mm,
there's going to be certain people who have like stronger opinions or are more
sure.
forceful, and they're
Mhm.
not necessarily the smarter ones, you know?
Yeah, yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But is the way it works, the system. Huh?
Yep. It honestly it made me like question the system more, like this whole case. Just it seems like but I mean, I think it was the confessions really that like did him in was like the cops. It wasn't the cops or the lawyers or anybody. It was like himself that like screwed himself, and also like I don't understand how they found the tip and it was cleared, but she still decided to bring it to him. Like why that part is a little confusing for me. It bothers me. Also, not allowing the FBI witness to testify remotely about Brad Weber. That that really bothers me because I feel like that was a critical piece of information that like kind of sealed the deal for like it tied it all together, and I just don't think that was very reliable.
Yeah, I agree with you. Regarding the dueling situation, do you remember that? I don't know if you remember this. At one point of the investigation, there was like a public statement by law enforcement saying that this guy was spot in Kentucky or something like that. Do you remember that?
I do. I definitely remember that.
And at that time, Richard Allen was in Kentucky. I think it was Kentucky. So I think that maybe law enforcement they knew something about Richard Allen since years ago, before the magic dueling tip. You know what I mean? There's something fishy there. There's something that I still don't understand. I don't buy that. So I don't know. My feeling is that they were after Allen since I don't know. I'm not gonna say since the beginning, but long time ago, and for some reason they they twisted the story with the dueling and the magic discovery of the tip.
I don't see why they would because it honestly it makes them look very incompetent. So I don't see why they would take that hit, even like so much as calling out the FBI and saying that like they were responsible for it or whatever. Like why do you think that they would do that?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they were I don't know going after the clients or going after other person of interest, and Allen was someone in the eye of law enforcement, but they didn't have enough evidence. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't have any answer for that. But I found that situation very interesting. The Kentucky information that was released at that time, Breeze guy being spot at Kentucky and Richard Allen being there at the same time. I don't know. I don't understand, but it's interesting. I don't
Oh,
know.
hold on.
It's my fire alarm. Give me 1 second. Okay, no, I think it's okay now. It's okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. I think you're muted. Okay, I think she has a problem. Maybe the fire alarm was on her side. Hey, what's up, Dan? Dan is muted also.
I'm sorry. How's it going?
How are you?
Figured I'd come up and break the silence while she's away. I don't know where she went. Driving. How you doing, man?
I'm super fine being here tonight. What about you?
Not too bad. A little bit of bad weather down here.
What are you doing?
Right. Just driving. Detroit and back to the airport. Or out
Oh,
by
yeah?
the airport.
Okay.
Yeah, they're getting some freezing rain out here.
Really?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Be careful,
Right
man.
at that, right around 0 Celsius all night and raining and sleeting.
Oh, shit. Do you have proper tires?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Dan the
Yeah,
man.
I'm running ahead of it right now. How's it up there?
It's freaking freezing, man. Yeah.
We're coming up. We're on the
Today was
upswing.
like minus 13 degrees Celsius, and it's going
Ooh.
down. It's going down. So yeah, man. Uh, and dark at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Already
Oh
dark. It's
no.
so depressing. I hate that. Uh,
Yeah, I was gonna ask what. I think I've asked you before. What made you move up to Canada?
uh, different
Work?
things. Security. Colombia is not really safe. Let's say if you go to the ATM machine to
Oh
remove
yeah.
$20, you have 5 people behind you watching you.
Oh
So,
no.
well, I'm exaggerating, but yeah, you have to be
Yeah.
careful, you know. And so here is more uh, safe, let's say safer. And I don't know. I wanted to go out of my country always just to have a different experience. So that's my
You
So,
gonna? Oh, there you go.
Dan, you're the best. My daughter almost just burnt our house down, so that was
Just
fun.
making a pizza.
No, like her and her friend are playing in her bedroom, and they like the heater is on, right? And they put like she has like these gymnastic pad things,
Oh
and they put them like right in
no.
front of the heater.
holy shit.
Yeah, so that was fun.
Everybody's okay.
So, yeah, it was
Oh my
loud. So it was super loud. Thank you, Dan. You're the best. Farmer, do you
Hey,
want to
no
come on
problem.
too?
Yeah, sure. Farmer, come on. We need you here, man. I hope he's gonna call.
Hopefully, huh?
Columbia has a lower murder rate than Detroit.
I don't think so. Well, should
Maybe as a
be
whole. Maybe as a whole, Columbia doesn't. But I'm sure some of those cities are up there.
very, very similar.
Yeah, we have the same kind of stuff here. There you are.
Yeah, but you know. Hey, Farmer, the Michigan alien.
Yay,
Can you hear me okay?
Farmer! Yes.
What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing tonight?
And
What does it
now,
say? Cliff notes for Web Sleuth. Oh, for the ethical guidelines for Web Sleuth. Is that what that is?
Oh,
Cliff
well,
notes?
it's kind of a play on words, a song that I like, Gold Star for Robot Boy, but I mean, you guys wouldn't know that. It's an odd reference. I get it.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about whatsoever.
Well, no one ever does. That's what makes me great on the air is no one knows what the fuck I'm talking about. I mean, either the subject matter or the fact that I'm, missing my grill.
Farmer, Farmer has a great taste in terms of music. All the clips you put in your channel, man, great music videos, great taste.
You think so?
Yeah, sure. I love it, man.
Yeah,
One
I'm
time
a little
Farmer
bit of a
was
music snob, probably a little bit of a music snob. I've seen a lot of really great live shows. Being in Kalamazoo, you know, Detroit and Chicago are equidistant from Kalamazoo, about 100 miles either direction, and on I-94 here, right in the middle, over the years at some memorable venues here in town, a lot of famous acts and not so famous acts that a lot of independent acts that you wouldn't even see though in a town, you know, this size, being a college town, though it had a little bit of an advantage and has always been ahead of the game when it comes to sort of underground, you know, creative outlets, you know, a lot of house parties, a lot of bands that play in people's basements that people actually I've been to shows here in town where like if anyone's ever heard of Norm Carver, he was kind of a student of Frank Lloyd Wright, a famous architect, and he has a lot of homes here. He was from Kalamazoo, not Frank Lloyd Wright, but Norman Carver, who passed away a few years back in his 90s. Very famous architect, where you pay like $20-30 for maybe 20 people to sit around these weird mid-century moderns, you know, odd houses and just watch like pretty famous bands, you know, for a lot of money. It's an odd scene around here sometimes, but it lost a lot post-pandemic. I didn't mean to take over though. Go ahead, you guys. I'm babbling on endlessly already.
You're fine. I remember one time you were streaming from a concert, I believe, and I tuned into that. I think you were talking to like these two guys, and you were like, "I just want to share everything with that." I was like, "Yeah."
Well, I mean, you know, I mean, why not? Well, why put on my community page? I'm going out for the night. Why not just take everyone with me? You know, I mean, I don't go out that often. I mean, again, this whole pandemic thing, and then money, you know, it's been rough. You know, the last couple of years. Still waiting to sell this joint, but you know, for me, it's the experience. I mean, I'm old man now, but I don't mind getting a little beat up still in a sweaty basement right here in the student ghetto, you know, and just heading down to a private house show and drinking shitty warm keg beer and maybe even vomiting in the corner of their lawn somewhere or pissing
Cake
and getting in
stands?
trouble for it, you know.
Do you do cake stands ever?
Did you say keg stands?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, I did.
No, it's not a frat party. No, I stay away from that shit.
Damn it.
No, I'm more apt to just like, you know, you never know what you're gonna run into where I end up. I mean, a frat party, it's gonna be like, you don't know. No, I wouldn't be welcome at a place like that, especially at my age, where like where I would go now would be touring acts that probably, you know, would have maybe 10 or 20 years ago even been at the local bar, but that scene doesn't seem to exist anymore, or even 10 years ago here in Kalamazoo like it did. But you have to remember, Gibson Guitar was based here in Kalamazoo. Elvis Presley himself was seen here in Kalamazoo at Burger King in 1989. Do that math. And there was an actual story. That's true. And there was he likes Whoppers. The king liked his Well, he's the king. What the fuck else? He's not going to go to McDonald's. He's going to go to Burger King. He did have he had supposedly a secret office at the Columbia Hotel where he would wait for his guitars to be made handmade for him at Gibson Guitar Factory right downtown Kalamazoo. So when a reporter from the Detroit News came here to investigate that, and she met a person down there that she realized was actually Elvis Aaron Presley in disguise that she talked to, and then went on to talk shows to talk about it. She was laughed out of the industry, but she went to her death claiming that she, in fact, did interview Elvis Presley in 1989 right here in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Oh, man. Claim to
Google
fame.
it.
What
Google
is
that shit.
what is
The Google.
what is K-Sense? What is that?
I'm sorry.
What is that? You were talking about K-Sense. You and
I was talking about Elvis Presley.
No, who was the chick?
Oh, the lady, I don't know her name. She was a reporter. This was probably around the early 90s, and there's another show that this talk show was on television and had her on as a guest. It was an hour-long interview, and it's quite compelling, I think, for something that we all laughed at here in Kalamazoo. Trust me, in 1989, I mean, I was a teenager, getting loaded, waiting in line at that Burger King. That's right down the road from where I live now, and it was the craziest fast food place in town because it was open past bar time. And so there would always be a line and fights and shit, people setting up fireworks. I mean, just crazy prostitutes. Yeah. And Elvis Presley.
Blast.
And now it's a Walgreens. Now it's a
That
Walgreens
is
now,
party.
So,
Oh, Walgreens, boo.
That's even
yeah.
more fun.
We
They
want
got the fun
prostitutes.
stuff in the back.
Yeah, you get hassled for cash, but you don't even get a burger on the way out the door,
Yeah, you got to get those crowns, man. Sign up with my link
$5 for a
No, I'm
gallon
just
of milk.
So let me ask all of you: do you think there's going to be like this huge? I mean, is everyone grabbing their ass? Like, it doesn't bug me that this case is sort of over. Whatever. I'm glad there's some resolution, but are people that are like counting on making this their thing in life now suddenly grabbing their ass, wondering what they're going to sit in front of the camera and talk about and get the same amount of clicks? I mean, because I could care less. That's what I like about it. I don't get clicks in the first place. So
I don't think that this case necessarily gets as many clicks as people think. Like
No.
the Idaho 4 or just like chasing the newest cases is definitely a more advantageous way to like structure your channel. So in my opinion, I think the hardcore Delphi people are all in it for like genuine reasons. Like most of us, like I think care about like the people who are on the defense side. I think they genuinely feel like the wrong person was convicted, and the people who are on the pro prosecution side, I think, need to just move on if they don't want to hear about it. But like there is still the process of appeals and stuff like that, and they have every right to talk about that if that's how they feel, And so just like move on. If you don't like what people are saying, block them and move on. Like, and I don't know. I personally can't stand like the bullying and stuff. It's not needed. It doesn't help anything. Like they say that they're doing it in the name of like the families or the girls, but like the families are the ones they went out there and gave people that were like have said stuff against them, they fed them and stuff. So if you want to follow in their footsteps, I think they choose kindness most of the time.
I think they've been relatively gracious over the years, honestly.
Yeah.
But then again, if you're going to be up in the public eye, it does sometimes bring more public commenting and so forth, and sometimes keeping a case relevant. See, it's like people just want to sort of pick and choose what they like about having their case web sleuth in a massive way like this one was. And one of the good things is that everyone talks about is keeping the victims' names relevant during that cold case process. But conversely, you don't usually hear that. What you hear is, people are pushing in too much and, instead of maybe recognizing some of the good things also. But I think it's definitely a yin and yang situation for both victims, families, and the community doing the sleuthing. I think just as a human, you have to, again, have a certain amount of personal responsibility, which I feel like Criptex, of course, big fish. I think that you guys do that well. I mean, but also I think that we're amateurs, and I know the reason I'm not doing this to do it for a living. I really honestly like getting on the microphone. To me, it's a creative process. I've mostly done a lot of shows with Criptex as of lately, and I really enjoy even just meeting anyone new and connecting with them, in a real way is so rewarding, especially at a time when I was used to being a social person, and then this fucking, pandemic thing and all of its perceived, staying side orders and all of the bans and all of that stuff, whatever that process was for a few years and my own personal life, it's like I end up here at this point sitting in my basement like not living with anyone for the first time. You know, I'm used to living with people. I'm just used to being around other people.
Mhm.
So to have someone that I can turn this box onto and even talk to in a real way and feel connected with is such a benefit.
Are you on Discord?
I tried that. You know, I was on Discord. I don't. That feels a little social, more social media-y than this does. This feels. You know what I like about this, the YouTube, and it could be any other platform that resembles it. What I always liked about, maybe you'll remember the kind of original OG MySpace.
Dude, I
wish you'd
definitely
do
remember
it more,
MySpace. I would like
like
get down
MySpace
on
was the
MySpace.
bee's knees.
It's so
what
fun.
I liked about it was, you know, again, if you're doing it for creative reasons, you can make your own backgrounds and, you know, load your own. You know, it's like what I wanted to see in, and I was probably the only one because this is a passing thing in cell phones, was adding, you know, a lot of mods, or what do you call them, like things you can add on, you know, like zoom lenses and things that will click on and click off, and that, you know what I mean. More working parts, more Rube Goldbergish sort of working parts that end up at a point where, you know, it's always what they say, it's the process, you know, and that's what's fun about it. It's the process, and that leads to a product or a final, hopefully to a final product that's entertaining for people to watch and feels good about putting out.
Yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, for sure.
For me.
I
hope.
try not to laugh because never mind. Definitely.
Look, I've seen a lot of shows where you tune in and it feels like somebody's, you know, out of touch grandmother has turned on a microwave for the first time and put a metal can in it. You know, and it's not comfortable. It's like, what's going on here? So to have a situation where through an amateur broadcast, you know, that's not regulated yet by the FCC and all this and that. You know, we don't know how long before those attempts will be made, before we can't have our own opinions in a
I
forum
think
like
those
this,
attempts were definitely made during the pandemic. They made those attempts, and it's just like, that's like the good thing is that there is independent like media, or just like you said, the news did a poor job of covering this case. It was like the YouTubers and everybody that they went in there and like got that done.
The news has become
we have no
pretty much
media.
irrelevant now.
And
yeah,
it's,
other
you know,
than having the platform and the viewers, the news has become
really
obsolete.
Annoying. I mean, I used
Unless
to
you go to the gym or the airport.
But I used to revere organizations, you know, like the Washington Post or the New York Times, or even other conservative rags that had teams of reporters that could be with their feet on the ground, fleshing out sources, vetting information in real time, the hard way. The hard way means that you're going to get to the truth, because the truth is always harder to get at than just whatever fucking narrative you want to create to make it easy, so you can, you know, get that Monte Cristo sandwich at the Bennigan's. You know
what destroyed all that, don't you, Farmer?
The 24-hour news cycle, in my opinion, destroyed it.
Well, that and BuzzFeed and Vice with their clickbait crap, they basically changed the entire market to where if you didn't have clickbaity stuff, it just doesn't get looked at anymore.
Okay, but anyways, I'm gonna focus us back into what we were talking about before.
Yeah,
sorry, I was just gonna have to get in here and take back the reins.
Do it.
I don't like
the chai comes.
I like that.
So like, how do you think that the sentencing is coming up here? And one thing that I thought was pretty messed up is that, one, the sentencing was a month later, and two, that Judge Gold kept the gag order in place until the sentencing. The gag order in general, I thought, was out of line, really. And just like all the secrecy in this case was like, I think that it just caused so much like a lot of the problems were due to that secrecy and like trying to keep everything under wrap. And I don't know if it needed to be that way. I personally don't think everything needed to be like that. I think they should have been as transparent as possible, whereas they didn't want anything at all out, you know? So once the gag order is lifted, like what do you hope that we find out? Or like, is there anything that you anticipate like learning or, you know?
Go ahead, Criptex or Dan. I mean, I'll think about that for a second. That's a great question.
It's a great question, and I have to think twice. No, I'm kind of blocked right now. I don't know. As you said, a lack of transparency here creates a lot of confusion. I'm dying to watch the interview between Holman and Richard Allen to see what happened there. You know, like that YouTube shows the interview room
me
or
too. Yep.
interrogatory room. I think we are no one here. I know that, but I think we need to watch that kind of stuff to understand the dynamics between.
It should have been released.
Exactly.
Like nothing that came after the arrest, really, other than maybe his psychological records.
Well,
You know,
should have been released at all.
When we said that Richard Allen said that it's over now, and you know, some people said, he's guilty because he said it's over now, and the other part of the community doesn't matter. It's just a normal thing to say stuff like that. I'm not saying that maybe that was not even videotaped, but we should have more material released here in this case to have a proper opinion, let's say, at least to see how Richard Allen was behaving, reacting to law enforcement questions, to see if he was honest in the way he talked, he acted. I don't know. I don't understand the secrecy here. In that case, we need that type of material to form a better opinion. We had a lot of creators there: Bob Mora, Andrea. I don't remember her family name. Burkhart. We have Tom Webster, and everyone has a different opinion of what was presented there. You know. So they are not able to put the same thinking together because it's normal. You are absorbing information. So imagine us. We are listening to Tom Webster, who was listening to TV screen. So the information is, you know what I mean? It's hard to talk. It's hard to, I don't know, guys.
No, we're not supposed to do things under the shroud of secrecy here. And everything was done that way. Even to the point where the judge decided who the journalists were.
Yeah, and I think it's like not necessarily like people always say like we're nobody and we're nothing, but we're not nobody. Like that is actually our job as the public to hold, like, and reporters especially to hold like and to get that stuff out there. So for people that say that, I just feel like they're trying to like damper our power and like power of the people, you know, like. It's a real thing if we would all just like actually exercise it.
And I find so arrogant that people who were there saying that we couldn't talk about anything because we were not there inside that courthouse. I really hate that here. Freaking arrogant jerks. Sorry for that.
No,
I right. Agree. You could at least be talking about your experience on the ground and what you're hearing with the other people that are around you. For Christ's sakes, you're not Dan Rather. You are just an amateur broadcast. As long as you're not putting out bad information, you should be okay. You know, in my opinion, I agree. If I was going to be on the ground in Delphi during that whole process, I would have turned it into the Derek Farmer show. I mean, I would have been going around town, you know, just
JLR style,
huh?
JLR style.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what's happened to real reporting. I mean, when I was younger, there were no cameras, there were nothing allowed at all into courtrooms. There was no court TV. That's a new thing.
Well,
And people actually, they were good artists. You could tell what people looked like. They didn't look like Peanuts characters on acid, or whatever that fucking shit was. I mean,
they weren't the
cartoons.
worst. They weren't the worst. I couldn't do better, like for sure.
I know, but you're not a courtroom artist. I mean, you're supposed.
Well, you're not supposed
that's
to
like
draw
saying
out the
that-
trial. Like you can't draw it out. It doesn't really like cover.
I think
the same
one of the
stuff,
biggest things that shows is since COVID,
ridiculous.
court has almost all become televised. Law and Crime and all that popped up during the Rittenhouse, exploded. Everybody's watching everything. And it shows you how little information we've ever gotten on trials that aren't televised, that are big.
True.
I
Like the
disagree.
Ghislaine
I
Maxwell one was like that too. No federal trials are televised, so you could only get little bits and pieces.
I think it
there's
just
so much
illustrates
data.
the lack of on-the-ground reporting by real journalists with degrees that know how to do this for a living, that can translate and get that information out in a
maybe you're
succinct.
putting too much.
Yeah, that's what-
like you're
that's what
giving
I was
them
getting
too
at
much
is-
credit,
yeah.
though. I feel like because like just
Oh, times
they
have
are
changed. You're right.
they are trained and whatever.
I don't
but,
think
like,
the journalists have changed. I think that now people are starting to see what's actually going on, and the journalists have always been curtailing a narrative that they want or the news media wants. I think you're actually seeing it live now,
I don't think
because
there's
now you
any
can witness
well-trained
it.
journalists on the ground because they can't afford it. There's no money in it anymore. Like
That's
FM
true.
radio, it's like a medium of the past. It's dying, and it's just the
That's
way
true.
it's gonna be going forward now.
I don't think
Maybe
that's
this
true, though.
whole. You don't think so?
I think that like with just like I was saying, like power of the people, like people who are willing to go and do real reporting, like they will have people that support them financially. Like they're people on the internet who watch. They could have their own channels and stuff, and people support good like journalism. I feel like
True. But they don't have well-developed paths of sources developed, and
What do you get on
what
Twitter?
what that old school journalism brought was a hard brick road of sources that you could count on and put out information quickly that was reliable and that was hard information, and that's not happening anymore because magazines and newspapers and news channels can't afford to have a reporter in every town anymore or five.
Are you on
they just
Twitter,
can't.
Farmer?
No, I don't
Oh,
do it.
what you're missing, what you're talking about, is on Twitter now. That's the news now. Like, if you want to see the journalism and everything live, it's all on Twitter. You have to find it. You have to know where to look. That's all on Twitter now. And it's as it happens every second of every day in every country that it's in.
Well, I mean, was that happening from the Delphi courtroom then, putting together a succinct message for the entire country at one time?
Everybody that was in the courtroom and stuff were all live tweeting Twitter as soon as they had their phones in their hands. And
well, then the information was getting out. What's the problem?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying to look to the news these days. They're all even the news reporters you like are on Twitter doing it now. You're just not seeing it in the newspaper in your local town.
Right, I get that every reporter can jump on, and keep in mind, a reporter isn't a journalist. There's a degree of journalism, not reporting. We could consider ourselves reporters. I don't consider myself one, but some I've heard say, I'm a reporter. I'd contend that you're just reporting what you want to report because, again, those sources aren't well developed anymore. There aren't avenues of information for people like us to attain to sit on this side of the microphone, in my opinion, and put out solid information beyond speculation, which is what we do.
But that's what I'm getting at is like Robert Ives tweets on Twitter all the time. You could literally tweet Robert Ives and talk to him on Twitter. I've done it and I've seen people do it. Things like, hey, you got a question, boom.
Yeah.
You can find the source you want. They're there. The politician, police officer, whatever, you can find them if they're available, or you can make the networking to get there. You can get it.
I love Twitter. I really
No,
love
it's
it.
not making phone calls.
It's the only platform I use besides YouTube, is the only platform I use. Twitter. I really
me
like it.
too. And it's a toxic cesspit
I'll
too.
check
It's
it
got
out.
a lot of misinformation and crazy. Just be careful because if you know, it feeds you what you want. So if you get stuck on a rabbit hole, it will feed you that rabbit hole over and over again. Everybody's on
I
there.
experienced that with Reddit.
Elon kind of
with
brought
Reddit a
back
little
the
bit.
crazy days. Yep, you got a little bit of a mixed bag. You got the crazy conspiracy nuts that everything is aliens, and then you got regular,
Oh, sounds
actual,
perfect for me. Then.
You
yep,
just
all the
hit,
live videos.
you
You
just
just
hit
talked me right into
farmer. You just hit farmer down.
Yeah,
Hey,
hey,
look,
farmer,
you know,
you'll see news stories on there hours before they're in the news cycle on YouTube and stuff.
I mean, if you can convince me there's not an alien, we don't have to talk about it. But if you can convince me there's not some kind of incursion going on right now, I mean, I disagree highly. These things are morphing into
You know,
they're
you know
morphing
what,
into
you know,
what
I couldn't
what
go
they
either
think
way
our
with you.
machines look like.
you know what's funny, farmer? Like
What,
2
that it
weeks.
started on the day that I said it was gonna fucking start? You think that's
Yeah.
funny?
Project
I don't think
Bluebeam,
so.
Project Bluebeam, or Operation Bluebeam.
Yeah, like
Um,
One of the hard ships came down in the highway. Project Bluebeam isn't supposed to have hard ships, you know, it's supposed to be all projected.
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago.
he knows. He knows.
Like 2
You
weeks
gotta
ago.
have props too, though.
I don't just know, I've experienced it. I mean, I don't need to know. I have the video, and Scott Roeder has affirmed my video of what I recorded as a legitimate recording of a UAP. And Scott Roeder is a crime scene reconstruction specialist who confirmed the Las Vegas Kenmore family video. Also worked on 1,500 murder cases, either helping to prosecute or free people that were wrongly charged. So I'll take his word for it on my video.
Oh yeah, no, I have no idea. I've been following all the videos on Twitter, but I can't make any sense out of it.
Come to
Scary
my
time.
channel. You'll see what's going on. I mean, it's very succinct. There's reconnaissance going on in our skies. They're now spraying shit. A mist is coming out of these things. They're laying it down in patterns. I mean, no one's clear what's going on. The FBI says they're not ours. The military is like, well, they're not ours. They're not a foreign adversary. Well, what the fuck does that leave besides corporate hooligans or interplanetary shenanigans? I'll ask you guys.
Elon Musk.
Well, there's corporate hooligan.
What about Elon Musk?
Yeah, he has the capacity to fabricate that kind of stuff. The only one besides.
There's hundreds of these things in the sky. I mean, there's hundreds of these in the sky.
Yeah,
and
no,
weird.
It's really weird, for sure. No, it was funny because like 2 weeks ago, Farmer was posting in his community page, we're gonna have an alien invasion in 2 days, something like that, and he was posting one after post after post after post. Like, Farmer is freaking crazy. What? And right away we see
Somebody
here.
said that on Twitter too. I don't remember what it was
Well,
in regard
look, I have
to. But they're like
information.
something
I have
big's
information
coming.
that I can't be forthcoming with. Is what I'm telling you. There's shit I can't talk about. There's shit I do know, and I mean, I'm an experiencer, and it's all, you know, something's happening. I don't know what. I'm not going to be bold enough to say what exactly is happening, other than whatever is a mix of something going on in the sky. It's not just one thing or another. I mean, it's a mix of a lot of different things.
It's weird.
It's real weird.
Yeah,
but it's interesting, you know. Hey, like I said, you know, make sure you got some water saved up. You know, they're spraying shit now. Remember, the only thing that, you know, the best defense against any kind of nuclear fallout, if there happens to be, is simply water. You know, to have a tub full of water to climb into for a couple days, where you can
there's a
The
lot
potassium iodide.
put a straw or something above the water line and breathe. You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot of snow here, so water is not gonna be a problem.
How much you got snow wise?
Staying indoors.
It's white. The city is white, man. I don't know how many centimeters, but a lot of snow.
I mean, no one knows how many centimeters. What is that? I don't even know what the fuck that means. I don't know how many.
I don't think in feet or foot, centimeters.
I believe
kilograms.
I believe a centimeter is a gemstone.
Well, I don't know. Don't hey,
Oh, the
you
metric
seen
system's
anything?
so
Is
much
she still
better.
with us?
We're stubborn here, though.
She's
What was that,
cooking
Farmer?
mushrooms.
Have you? What do you think about? I mean, I don't know. I didn't mean to like change the direction from Delphi to drones. I mean, but it is a major story right now. I mean,
No,
it's
totally. I think it's crazy. Like I was listening to the Oregon, because I live on the West Coast, and
right.
like there was some pilots were like talking about seeing these lights, and there was like multiple
Ooh, the
pilots,
Foo
and they were all
Fighters.
talking about it, and they tried to say it was a reflection off of Starlink, but like
Right.
there's
I
no
saw
way
that
it
one,
was like the pilots were like, oh, it's going in like a corkscrew, so
I'll-
how would that
I'll
be a
tell you
reflection?
what, that's swamp gas.
yeah.
Right. You know, ironically enough, the swamp gas thing was a reference to the Hillsdale and Webster, Michigan sightings from late winter, early spring of 1966. The sightings that here in Kalamazoo, my mom actually witnessed. You know, she had her experience during those months in 1966, right here, where Volkswagen. I don't know why we always use that. I always think they're German too. You know, you can almost hear them. You know, like Hogan. You know, like when they pull up. You know, and they're parked over the garage. Look, there's some weird shit going down. I've seen it. I've never seen a hard craft like a silver craft, but I've got the orbs on film, and these are anomalous morphing giant fireball discs roiling just above the tree and roof lines. These aren't way up in the sky. I mean, in one moment they're very far away, and then somehow in the flash of an eye, they're just right in front of me. And I don't even know how they did that on my camera. It was very strange, the whole thing. And it was my second sighting. So, and the first time was just some a triangular formation of lights in a place they shouldn't have been. Right here in my town at 3 a.m. I deliver for DoorDash when I have a working vehicle.
Uh-huh.
And I see a lot of shit at 3 a.m. You know, no one else is on the road. And it's true, as busy as this town can be during the day, there was not one other car during that 5-minute period of me witnessing what I saw that even drove by. It was very odd.
So my guest tomorrow, just a little plug. Oh, I forgot to play. I'm supposed to play something for Greeno, but I don't know if I want
We
to
can
do
get
that
it at the
anyways.
end.
But no, I don't know where it's at
okay,
anyways.
okay.
So, but my guest tomorrow, he has a podcast and he talks about true crime, but also he talks about like paranormal activity and things like that. What, Dan, can you tell me what it is again?
Oh, River
City Mystery?
City, yeah, River City Mysteries.
I gotta get
I
that
don't know
down.
why
It's
that's so hard to remember that
I
name.
don't know. It doesn't like flow off of the tongue, I
Matt
guess.
D. What's River
Doesn't,
City
yeah.
Mysteries? Well, I think like Riverview. Well, there's a bar from my old hometown, it's Riverview Tap, so I always want to say that.
But he's very open.
So,
Like he's had some experiences like that in his life, and so you should tune in tomorrow. That's my little commercial. Did I slip it in
yeah,
good?
we'll do that for sure.
Have you
Yeah.
ever been to the Orbit Room in Grand Rapids?
What?
I think so.
Farmer? Okay.
If
No,
I
I've
haven't
been
been
up
to the
there. I've
orbit
been
room,
up.
I've been to. I maybe not the man. It's been a while. If I have been there, I've been to the intersection. I've been to the pyramid scheme, which, if you know, Grand Rapids makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Being
Yeah.
that the DeVos family founded Amway. That's where Amway's from, Grand Rapids, Michigan. So the pyramid scheme is a bar there that mirrors real life.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw that random one in there. I used to.
Not at all.
I used to
No.
frequent the music scene up there after college and until probably like 2018.
I mean, the first bar I ever went to up there was a place called the Reptile House. And I saw a band called Monster Magnet there before they were anybody, and a band called the Flaming Lips there before they were really anyone. So, really great fucking shows. Back in about 93, 94, 92, 91, I don't know.
That's yeah. Michigan used to have a really good. I don't know where the music scene is now. Hello.
I mean, it's
Mr.
right.
Rabbit.
It's right in anybody's basement. I mean, it's wherever people are getting sweaty and bashing their head into the wall, and making music. That's where it's happening. That's the great thing about music. Michigan's the home of punk rock music. I mean, Ann Arbor, MC5, Iggy and the Stooges. I mean, all that happened right here. Along with the
Motown.
automobile. What's that, Motown? I mean, obviously a huge impact on all of that. People can talk about the blues all day long, but people want to just shake their ass, and Motown lets you do that,
Yeah. What's gosh darn it, Ted Nugent too, right?
Yeah, fuck
From
that
up
guy.
there. Yeah, he's a good guitar player.
And he
though.
moved to Texas. He moved to Texas where he belongs. Him and Fred Bear,
All the hunting boys.
Right?
Oh,
yeah,
that car
Mr.
has Christmas lights all over it. That's crazy.
I can't
so
fucking
scary.
stand Ted Nugent.
Oh, I just like that one.
He shit
Was it
himself to
Cat
stay out of
Scratch Fever?
Vietnam. He likes to judge everybody now as a conservative, but he shit his pants to stay out of Vietnam. That's a true story.
He's a chicken hawk.
Yeah.
I mean, Vietnam fucked people up. My dad was in Vietnam, and his whole entire
well,
troop
then,
got killed.
but you don't then
except for
go on
him.
to crucify people for being the same way. Then after that, and act like you didn't do it. That's what makes
people are hypocrites all the time. I support being a hypocrite. No, I'm just kidding. I don't.
I know.
If you're not a hypocrite, then I don't like you.
Stand by. I mean, don't be President Bones. Don't come up with bone spurs and all your bullshit. To just say I'm scared. Just say, look, I'm scared and I don't want to go, or I don't agree with it, and stand behind it. But
you can't just say that though. It's not like they're like, okay, you're scared. You can stay.
You go to prison if you do that.
Yeah, that's what they.
That's what
they said to me.
Yeah, you go to prison if you. I mean, they just send you anyways.
Have zero respect for people then that go out then and judge other people as harshly, I guess is what I'm saying. Like saying things like, "Oh, well, Kurt Cobain deserved to die because he shot heroin." That was from Ted Nugent's own mouth.
I didn't know he said
what a fucking he said that a week after the guy dies. What a piece of shit! What a judgmental piece of shit.
Yeah, I don't.
Tell us how you
I don't
really
listen
feel,
to. I don't listen to musicians for their political opinions.
No, me neither.
Unless they have some prolific ones to listen to in their music. But
that's the last thing I listen to music for is lyrics. I don't when people go, yeah, what's up, Sleuth? People say, I'm listening to a band because of lyrics, and I don't do that. I just if it sounds orally pleasing, you could throw together any line of words that sound cool and talk about
I could go for some oral pleasing.
Right?
Hey, okay, guys.
I'm sorry, I'm like a 13-year-old boy in maturity, so.
It's hard to say. Orally.
You're all right, man.
Yeah.
You got curious contrarian.
I'm saying not.
Yeah, we talked about way worse.
Yeah. Not anally. Why not? What are you, a kink shamer?
Yeah, don't kink shame on here.
But so I mean, I think sometimes people try a little bit too hard to make a political message or to get their little point or to get their poem out or something. Like the most pretentious thing for me to hear is when someone says some shit like, "Oh, I'm a poet." I'm a poet. Yeah, you are really. You're a fucking poet, there, Longfellow. I don't know. I just don't like the self-adoration when it comes to creative prowess. I don't. I'm just an amateur, and that's what I'll always be.
Okay, so we're like I would say we're probably done talking about Delphi at this point. So
you don't have to be. I didn't mean to derail that.
No, I honestly I could only like go for like this long and then I get like sick of talking like it's hard to stay focused on one topic and stuff. And Criptex, I'm really sorry. I know I sent you questions and I did not go by those questions.
No problem.
And so I apologize for that. But I think that we understood each other well. And so I just wanted to say I like that was, cool. I don't think there's any worries there. And I love all you guys. And Dan, can you take over for a sec while I use the restroom?
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Better make sure that house ain't burning down with that space heater. You know what they say about space heaters. You're not supposed to put gym clothes in front of them.
It's not a space heater, it's a wall heater.
From space.
Oh.
It's just,
Motherfucker's got a fireplace throwing clothes in the fireplace. Wonder why the house is smoking up.
Oh, I've always found some of that pretentious stuff you speak to, where you have to overtly put a message through. I think it's more you could have more without having to say it aloud. You can have more bona fides to your statements just by being able to provide a message that people don't go, or half the people that listen to it go, ugh.
Well, it's like any joke. You start out with, "Oh, I got a joke for you." The last thing anyone's gonna do now is laugh. You don't. That's the last thing you say before you tell a joke. Is I got a joke for you. What the fuck? You got a joke for me? Because I'm not in a good mood. So it's gonna take a lot to make me laugh now, motherfucker.
It's like writing a paper and somebody writes, "This paper is about."
Right. It's just there's amateur and then there's amateur. Like I'm an amateur, but I'd still like to think I have chops when it comes to knowing how to speak, to the public or whatever, speak to people on a camera,
I like
and how to shut up and listen.
I'm an idiot on the internet. I have no.
I really don't spend that much time on this. Is about all I do on it occasionally. To be honest with you, I mean it becomes redundant, and it is much information. Oh, Sleuth is throwing me off now. Damn it. Criptex, will you read Sleuth's message, please?
The devil is just one man with a plan, but true evil is a collaboration of men. Witness.
Might be right there. Well, I mean, yeah, more than one makes it a conspiracy,
Oh,
right?
That word. Yeah. Don't you start getting into the Warren Commission now.
I don't think
what do you think about the JF? No, I mean how they turned the word conspiracy into pejorative. Like they coined that term conspiracy theorist to basically discredit anyone who questioned the Warren Commission.
I never made that connection. That's interesting. I didn't know.
Yeah, they did. That was an active campaign.
Of that phrase.
Yeah, that's what they use. If somebody doesn't like what you're saying, they just call you a conspiracy theorist. My own brother does it to me if I question anything on the news. You're a conspiracy theorist.
Ridicule is the best weapon to use against any kind of real information. I mean, if you can ridicule somebody right out of the box and make them feel stupid, for what they say in front of other people, or embarrassed, or less than, or not as smart as.
Without the ad hominem attack, intellectually, if you can get them,
But certain things, some people deserve to have that brought on them even more sometimes when they are always making claims that aren't, making wild claims, and people just let people get by with shit too. I mean, it's got to be a balance, but I don't know, if you can't stand behind, I guess, what you say, then don't say it.
Yeah.
Really?
So much fun.
But I do believe the CIA does, not CIA, but any number of 3-letter agencies, probably some we haven't heard of, that and I don't think JFK is even a conspiracy. I think there's enough information out there that shows clearly that there was more than one, shooter, probably by military intelligence of some sort, based on the fact that Kennedy wanted to involve Russia in all the space program going forward, and was going to inform them of everything we had, both on UFOs and the entire space program, and hope that led to a place where we could get rid of all nuclear weapons. The entire military system saw that as a threat to the country. They thought what they were doing by killing him was defending the Constitution. So you have to understand, there were some Cuban nationals involved in that, as well as mafia, from what I understand. And
yes, I was gonna say, Woody Harrelson's dad was there.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of that?
I heard that too, yeah. Lou Elizondo's dad was also. Lou Elizondo, one of the UFO whistleblowers, his dad was a Cuban national who was on the Bay of Pigs thing.
Woody Harrelson's dad was some sort of assassin from the mafia. He spent his life in prison over that stuff.
Well, the
Weird how
Cubans
many
saw
people
that.
were there.
You know, Cuban people that were against Castro, because Castro strong arm took over. I mean, they saw that as enough reason to work with anyone that wanted to kill Kennedy. And I forget what the mafia is. I mean, the whole thing's connected. I mean, even Marilyn Monroe and Robert Kennedy and all that shit, and Dorothy Kilgallen, who died.
I wanted to go back to what you said when you said you didn't realize that conspiracy was used like that, and then show you that you said I don't think there's a conspiracy there, and then listed out a bunch of different conspirators because that's how they change the words used.
I don't think it's a conspiracy because I think the facts show that there were multiple shooters, is what I'm saying.
No, but that's what I'm getting at is the word conspiracy has nothing like that's they've changed the meaning of conspiracy because it just means two people conspiring, two people coming together, and they've changed that to now when you say an alternative theory, they say conspiracy to discredit it. You know what I mean? Like just your own language showed it. Like that's how ingrained it is in our heads.
I think I bet that's probably not the only example of that going on. I just have to think for a minute. But I mean, obviously, many other subjects, whether it be drugs, UFOs, the war on drugs, all these sort of at the same time, you have elements of our own government, 3-letter agencies shipping the shit in here to fund black budget projects.
Don't even start getting into the Iran-Contra and crack cocaine in the 80s.
Well, I mean,
the biggest one that came out in Congress, like that's one of the biggest ones ever. You know about that?
Well, which one?
The Iran-Contra, where we overthrew Iran with using cocaine to fuel the Contras over there.
Well, the Contras weren't over there. The Contras were in South America, actually. The Contras were in South America where we were doing cocaine business. We would take the profits from that and send them to
Nicaragua,
to the rebels in Iran to overthrow the Ayatollah Khomeini.
That's exactly
it didn't
what
work, by the way. We didn't overthrow Iran. In fact, it was Khomeini that overthrew our guy, the Shah, in 1978. Yes. So you got that back. Yes.
Well, they were trying to overthrow him in the 80s, I guess. That's you have to look up the Iran-Contra if you want to look into that.
I don't need to look it up. I watched the trials on television. It involved Oliver North. It involved many Reagan players. Reagan claimed dumb on the whole thing.
That was in the 70s?
No, Iran-Contra was in the 80s.
Well, that's what I was referring to. Is they were using that to fund it. Yeah.
Right. The Contras were rebels in South America and Central America that were essentially we were funding them, and we were trying to fund, selling arms to Iranian rebels, buying coke from the South Americans, hopefully to overthrow that government. I mean, we had our hands in a lot of dirty pools, and we were doing it nearly officially, in my opinion. I mean, how Reagan got out of that, I don't even know, but he was a smooth talker, Reagan. I'll tell you what.
Didn't he just plead he didn't remember? Isn't that how he got out of that? Because I don't remember. See, the timeline I'll mix up. There was an assassination attempt, and then he had some sort of dementia afterwards.
Well, I mean, those things didn't happen next to each other. I mean, Iran-Contra, I don't think happened until his second term. That happened in his first term, so those weren't close in time. I mean,
he was that was the argument for his causing of his dementia, the stress or something like that, post the assassination.
Yeah, he wasn't shot in the head, though. That was something with Brady.
No.
Yeah.
No. I know, yeah.
Yeah, he was shot. In fact, he drove by me in a car just a few months before that when I was in Washington, D.C. No shit, they blocked off all four corners. I was a little kid. And the guy said, hey, this is I only see this once or twice a year. And they blocked off every street. And President Reagan drove by. And I was a huge fan after that. I wrote him in the White House, wrote to him, and he wrote me back.
What do you guys think about basically the coming back of actual homegrown terrorism versus the war on terrorism? Think, i.e., the Weather Underground, Black Panthers, all all these IRA over in Europe. Like, seems like some of that kind of sentiment is coming back these days, and the assassination attempts are going back up. You saw that guy in New York get shot. I think we had a pretty safe last couple decades, and people aren't used to seeing this stuff all the time. Shinzo Abe got assassinated.
True.
It seemed like the 90s and 2000s, everything was quiet on that. That was my... People aren't used to seeing that.
I mean, I do think in the 90s, Israel's prime minister was assassinated. It did seem like there's a lot more terrorism as far as wacky terrorists in the 70s for sure. I mean, it seemed like when I was a kid, a plane was getting hijacked about every other week, and there'd be some guy hollering out of the plane window with like a fucking AR, an AK-47.
Almost,
Crazy,
almost one a day back then with the DB Cooper stuff. I learned that. What'd you think about that one?
Seems solved. I mean, I read it. Seems solved to me. They found the parachute. If the parachute DNA matches, I mean, it's the same kind of chute. I mean, the story makes sense. The guy looks exactly like him, and this guy pulled off. Someone did it a second time. He actually got caught doing it the second time. This guy, jumping out of a plane. So to not make that connection, I mean, not a lot of people that look exact. It's like how many. It's like saying Bridge Guy is, like a 19-year-old curly-haired guy. It just wouldn't make sense,
Mm-hmm.
They would never do that.
He says that'll be down in the record for that. I hope somebody makes like a big fail compilation at the end of all the theories and. Even some of the wacky ones that people have had over the years, like for fun, not as a criticism. In that,
Keegan Dunkert deserves at least a half hour on that reel.
I don't know what that one is.
Oh well,
which one's Keegan Dunkert?
He was friends with Keegan Kline. If you ever watched a certain show back in the day, you would have known about the cryptic note. And that was put, it's a whole
Sunny Justice.
A whole thing. Okay, you say so. I mean, yeah, sure.
I don't even think that's her channel name anymore, but because I haven't watched her in a while.
Oh, it's a criming shame.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, she had her guy for a while. She had done the analysis. She had her guy. You couldn't argue with her on it, Sunny has a certain way about her, and I love her to death, but
he was her person of interest during a while, huh? She really believed that he was a British guy. Dunker.
Well, she thought Keegan Dunker was or something. But Dan and all of you guys, I am gonna go because my daughter needs some attention because she's still not feeling good. But Dan, feel free to stay on here if you want.
I can keep it open as long as you guys want, or we could shut it down. Let me know.
You guys let me know. I mean, I didn't mean.
I'm working for 13 hours tonight.
Talking a lot, What's that?
Yeah, Farmer. I said I got 13 hours to work tonight, so you don't have to be on that long, but I'll stay on as long as you want.
Yeah, you guys can chat all you want. Criptex, thank you very much for coming on. It was very informative and interesting. I liked hearing a little bit more about your personal story, and
me too.
Thanks for coming on. It was nice.
Thank you so much, Fishy. Good luck with your daughter.
Thank you. I appreciate it also.
Okay, and Dan, you're the best. Seriously, thank you for you popped right in when my house was gonna burn down and everything. So
you're all good.
Okay, bye.
Have a good night.
So anything you guys want, don't let me. I don't have any real opinions on a lot of stuff. Farmer, I'm surprised you and I haven't done a live stream together. I love that stuff. And if I can get anybody talking off Delphi topic, I'm happy. As far as things like that,
I can go on about just about anything, right, Criptex? I mean,
you should have a Farmer in your show, Dan.
I would love to. Maybe we can set that up. How do you get a hold of you, Farmer? Just through the YouTube thing or an email?
Yeah, I got a channel. I mean, I got email.
I unsubscribed to you, but not because I don't like you. I unsubscribed to almost everything Delphi because I was getting tired of watching people fight with each other. And you weren't one of them, but I
I
just
don't
clicked
really fight
everything
with
on it.
anyone. I mean, I don't
No,
really
no,
consider
what do you?
myself a Delphi channel, honestly. I mean, I think Criptex and I will be working on a case going forward in the future. I still haven't really Criptex done much, you know how it is. I mean, we're both busy with life, but that hasn't left my brain. Kendrick Chapman, it's a local case, so I don't really do much broadcasting from the house right now. I don't get along well with producing. I'm
Yeah,
just not confident doing it. I like the way Criptex, or if I go on someone's show, I like the way that they I like people to fire questions at me, and I have a certain rapport with certain, I think, hosts, like, where it's kind of like it feels really natural to either listen or to either talk. Either one is fine with me,
yeah,
I will send you the farmer's email done by
yeah.
Twitter,
Thank you.
for sure.
But I try not to argue just for argument's sake. I mean, I usually have to have a case, a stake in an argument.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't find myself to be a contrarian or a devil's advocate, just for the sake of it. I mean, I'm not saying those things are bad, because I think that debate, as long as people are following the rules of debate, and rules are clearly defined, I think it's the best way to get to a solution of anything is through a rule-driven debate, with time allotted.
I find the being contrarian and taking the devil's advocate for the purpose of exploring someone's depths intellectually on a topic is fun, rather than just doing it to be a poop head,
Right.
If that makes sense.
Well,
like if I know you know something on the topic, I would like to take the devil's advocate to see you, to get you to enforce your position so that I can enforce mine. I like to do that a lot.
I go about it a little bit different. I feel like some people don't react well. Sometimes can be a trigger for people when you come at them like that. Not you personally, because I'm not saying you personally.
Yeah.
But I'm saying,
and it depends on the tactic.
Always. It's sort of, to me, it's that model of like, again, it's like two sides that get equal time, even though one side is wrong. Like, well, why the fuck is the other side even getting time if they're just completely out of the box wrong? Just so you can give that sort of yin and yang, push pull. I don't know. It just seems like it's just not how I conduct a conversation with anyone in daily life, I guess. So when I'm online with somebody, I really, or even when I'm texting, just simply texting, I tend to have long, rambling texts. I'm sure people hate it, but I tend to text how I speak, it's important to me that if I'm putting something down, that it comes out how I would do it in my real life. So to be a contrarian isn't natural to me. Now, if I disagree with the point that someone is making, I certainly don't have a problem if I think I have, a case debating that point. I do appreciate that.
Yeah. I like the conversational aspect of it rather than the set up debate form. I mean, I was in debate for a long time, high school, college, but I prefer the conversational side of it rather than having a go for 30 seconds, because generally whoever sets the terms for the debate wins. Doesn't matter what the topic is. Even you could be wrong on something. If you set the terms.
Yeah. You're right. I like the structure of that, whatever the terms are, as long as both parties agree. I mean, I just like having a structure to a debate, because otherwise it could be sort of misconstrued as not being fair, to one side or the other. So if you are going to put it in that, basically that 50-50 time frame, I think to do the due diligence and do that. And I'm sort of wonky about it. I'm the kind of person that will take notes while the other person is speaking and try to refer back to those things and to try to pick them apart as best I can during my allotted time,
Say wonky. That's how you do it. That's the way to do it.
Right. Well, that's what you want when you want someone, let's say in government, to be that policy wonk, to be able to get through that red tape, to be able to reach across the aisle, to be able to make the compromise. You want Tip O'Neill, you want Ronald Reagan to, to agree on things and go, you know what, we're going to make this work one way or another between the executive and legislative, branches of government. Regardless of how we feel about life or how we feel about who should, win this election or not, the country still needs to run to the best benefit for everybody in the country. And anything less than that is selfish behavior.
Yeah.
What do you think, Criptex? You like the way everything's breaking down for you up there in Canada? You like the politics? You like the way it goes up there?
No, I hope we're gonna change the direction here since Trudeau is in the power. Everything is more expensive. It's a different country right now. I really.
When is he up
like
for
to
re-election?
have a different party in the power. Let's see. But no, he's
Some
not.
variety,
in my opinion.
Yeah.
When is he up for re-election, Criptex?
Good question. I don't remember, but it's coming soon, I think. And I hope it's gonna happen.
I think that poor guy wins just because he's attractive. Because I've not talked to any Canadians that are a fan of him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of people here are not happy with the situation.
Well, his wasn't his father the prime minister
Pierre.
also?
Yeah, Pierre.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you mean Fidel Castro or Pierre Trudeau?
No, Justin Trudeau.
Which father are you talking about? Yeah,
Trudeau.
Yeah. No, I know. Have you ever seen the pictures of young Fidel Castro and Justin Trudeau?
Well, he's a handsome man.
They look exactly the same. Look it up. Google it. It'll blow your mind. And their mom,
Well,
his mom was hanging out with Fidel Castro around the time he was his mom and dad.
Nice.
That's a nutty conspiracy theory.
Looks like the milkman.
I don't know if you heard that, Criptex, but if you Google it, it will shock you.
Yeah, it's the same, huh?
How was your show today, Criptex? Did you do the tier system? I saw you did a show today on disturbing movies. What was your disturbing movies?
Yeah, but I put the video in private. I had issues with my sound, so maybe I'm gonna repeat it tomorrow. I don't know. Disturbing movies. There was a Serbian film. Do you know that movie?
What's it called?
What is it?
A Serbian film. It's the sickest movie ever. Don't watch it. I regret watching that movie.
I have to watch it.
No, it's horrible, man. A Serbian movie, a Serbian film. It's horrible. There's a scene with a baby there, and that's not the
being part of Croatian. That sounds terrible. We don't like Serbian films.
No, it's horrible, man. But that's the name of the movie, a Serbian film. It's horrible.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, you
directed by Slobodan Milosevic.
Something like that. You have this Japanese movie, Audition. I don't know if you know about that one. Disturbing.
I don't watch many foreign films.
Yeah, Old Boy, the original is disturbing, is perturbing. You have a French movie called Irreversible. I don't know if you know that one with Monica Bellucci. Anyways,
I do. It's been a long time since I watched movies, a lot of movies. But when I was younger, the same thing with music. My roommates they wanted to be filmmakers and music, so they wanted to do this. But it allowed me to see a lot of shit that I was really into, like independent, small, real crazy movies that were, like one video store in the state would have and shit,
Yeah, but that ones are not really small movies. Are big movies. Are not from US, but
yeah,
those are big movies.
Okay, yeah.
How do you even discover this stuff, Criptex?
I'm a nerd of cinematography. I'm watching movies non-stop since I was a kid. Do you know that one, the Human Centipede?
Yeah, I love that
Yeah.
movie. All three of
That
them.
was kind of that's that whole ass to mouth rep. Where that's the one where
Feed
they
us,
yeah.
feed
I won't
us.
watch that stuff. Man, that stuff disturbs me. I mean,
Yeah, that's
I remember
sick.
watching a movie called
It's so
Deliverance
bad
the
that
night
it's
before I went
funny.
canoeing. That was
Or
not a smart
I don't know
idea.
if you remember that movie Salo. It's an Italian
Silo?
movie from Pier Paolo Pasolini. Oh my
I'm
God!
not sure.
It's like a critic to the fascism, to Mussolini, but the stuff
Oh.
you see there is total perversion. It's gonna stay in your mind like forever. It's
No, I
based
don't
on
like
the Marquis de Sade book. So no, it was a cool tier list. I have to do it again.
Have you watched that movie Brazil yet? Remember, I told you
No,
you got to watch Brazil.
This is the
no
second
yet.
time I've heard about that movie now.
Oh man,
What
it's
is it
such an
about?
excellent. Oh, it's like this sort of overly complicated, futuristic. It reminds me a lot, like you were talking about earlier, Dan, about like how kind of homegrown terrorism's coming back. It involves some of
Yeah.
that, where like they'll be sitting in a restaurant and shit'll just blow up. But like the English, they just sort of go on like nothing's happening. Like oh well, I'll have the I'll have the soup.
I'll have the blood pudding.
Yeah, right. Literally, it's pudding and splattered blood on top of shit, from the waitress, But then it's like this sort of overly complicated, the cinematography or whatever you call it, the set design or whatever is real organic. Like the rooms have these huge, all this duct work and overly complicated TV screens that, basically it's just one big Rube Goldberg machine of bullshit. And, the keystroke of a typewriter accidentally changes somebody's name. And all of a sudden, the big hand of government oversight is coming after the wrong person. And it's that whole process, but done in a 3-hour, like, sort of spectacular way where this guy's transformed into a sort of like a, like a hero type, like a Luke Skywalker almost by the end. He's this total dorky guy, And it's just a really good movie. It's done by Terry Gilliam, I think, who did so many great movies like 12 Monkeys and a ton of other great movies. Terry Gilliam.
Watching the pictures of that or the images of that movie Brazil here looks like Blade Runner. The aesthetics are similar to. It's like a
Real organic. Yeah, the set design feels very organic. I mean, less flying machines, but there are some wings and angelic type flying. But that's only in this sort of dream state. He kind of has a repeating dream about a female character counterpart that he's sort of pining after the whole time. I mean, even Robert De Niro makes a small part. He plays the guy that I think was supposed to be the one that maybe he made the key. I don't know. It's been a long time since I watched it, but it's definitely worth watching. It is so entertaining from beginning to end. And again, both the story and both visually, it just really grips you visually like a lot of movies don't do, but like Blade Runner does do, or Fifth Element for me also does.
Man,
or
yeah.
A Star Wars for some people, or that movie Children of Darkness, or what's it called? Children is now. We talked about it on the last one of your shows, Criptex.
Children of the Corn. I don't know.
No, it was like
Children of Men.
Children of Men. That's it. Yeah, and they did another movie too. The same guy did another movie that was really good. And then you got movies like Amelie, like that was really good. I thought for a foreign movie. But I would watch more foreign movies when I was hanging out with my smarter friends, and I had roommates.
Is it Pan's Labyrinth? Is that another foreign one?
Yeah, Pan's Labyrinth. That was a good movie. I remember that one.
Which one?
Pan's Labyrinth. I never got to watch it because of the subtitles.
Excellent movie.
Generally, if I'm watching them, I'm driving. I can't sit at home and watch them.
A visually stunning movie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, movies are the best, man.
Yeah, I kind of forgot the magic of movies. Honestly, I mean, I don't watch them really. I don't have a television, like I said, anymore, and I got this computer screen, but it doesn't really feel the same to watch a movie on it. And movies just don't feel the same. I don't know if it's where I'm at. I like music, but I don't enjoy all the same things right now while I'm sort of going through whatever life change I'm going through.
Do you know that movie, the Snowtown Murders? No?
No.
It's an Australian movie. It's based on a real case. It's the worst serial killer from Australia. He was
Ooh.
killing like
Oh.
pedophiles, but that movie is really perturbing, man. Disturbing is freaking, but it's really well done.
I
It's a
can't
good
watch the
recommendation, man.
psychological stuff like that. Any torture movies, anything like that. They really bug me too much. I can't. I mean, even horror
No,
movies.
it's
When I
the
was a kid, I liked horror movies, but they really affected me. Like I'd be so scared at night, I couldn't sleep and shit. You know.
yeah. Horror movies, I don't mind, but those psychological torture movies that stay in your mind for weeks is
Yep.
yeah, for sure it's not
Yeah.
easy to process.
You guys talked
Yeah,
about
man.
Seven and the little things. I
That
love
was a
those
good.
suspense.
Seven was a good movie. I mean, there are some that are just too good. You know, like that's just a well done movie, great acting. I mean,
I want to see a Criptex episode about the crazy plot twisting movies like The Usual Suspects and The Game, and
yeah, that'd
I want
be
to find
good.
more of those because I know you know more movies. Than
What
I
was the
do.
one? The
I
chick
want
with the wiener. What was the one? Do you know she had a wiener at the end? What was that?
to what? To what?
Remember?
Chicken and
It was
wiener?
like you won't believe the ending of it. It was like the Crying Game. That's what it was. Yeah.
Do I want to
You guys
watch it?
remember the Crying Game?
I've never seen
Forrest.
that.
It had Forrest Whitaker. It was the biggest. It was supposed to be the biggest plot twist. I guess I just gave it a spoiler.
No,
about
that's
the wiener.
okay. Yeah. Bruce Willis is dead at the end of six. I'm sorry. It's just, I actually got to show my fiance that movie, The Sixth Sense or whatever, without her knowing what the hell was happening. It was crazy because everybody knows how that movie ends.
Well, my grandpa really loved westerns, so I dropped him off at that gay cowboy movie. What was that called?
Oh shit! Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah.
What do you think?
So he didn't like
I
it.
I like that movie.
I'm just kidding. I didn't do that.
I watched it. I didn't think it was that bad of a movie.
Yeah, it's just a little cheesy. I don't care about the content.
That was
Like I just don't like cheesy fucking movies.
Watching two straight dudes get after each other is not really.
I don't like a love story. Love stories bore me, regardless of the sex of the people in love. Honestly, to be honest.
Do you remember Straw Dogs?
Straw Dogs? I never watched it. No.
With Dustin Hoffman?
That's a good. That'd be a good subject though. Partner movies like classic, like like Tango and Cash and Starsky and Hutch and like you got the partner movies. Criptex and Farmer. Like.
Batman and Robin. For sure. That would be cool, man. Yeah. Let's do it. Why not?
That's a good one. I like that one. I like the one that you said, plot twist. I think that's a really great one. I mean, because
I love those movies.
So many.
Have you guys ever seen The Game?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
With,
oh my god, my buddy! Oh, dude, watch it. My buddy had me watch that movie. Go back in college, and I'm like, the same 3 movies in a day: Fight Club, Seven, and that movie, all in the same day. My nerves were shot by the end of it.
David Fincher, huh?
Yeah. I was like all that nutty crap, and one day.
No, that's one of the best filmmakers ever, man. David Fincher, I love it. The series Mindhunter, everything he did was a masterpiece, man.
That's the same guy as Mindhunter is.
Yeah.
Seven. I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
no wonder it's so good.
He's the one. David Fincher he's awesome. He made the Zodiac.
That's the worst. The Zodiac, the one with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, exactly. And Mark.
I just started watching that the other day. I haven't finished it. Is it good?
It's awesome. It's not good. Okay. It's fantastic, man.
Great.
Great. It's a cult. The only crappy movie he made was Alien 3, and that's because he was not the filmmaker who started making the movie.
Yeah,
he had to jump into that movie, and at the end, it was not that bad, but it's the only one so. But the rest are masterpieces, man.
There's another one that it's the Cloverfield there's one of those with John Goodman
Yep.
that movie is phenomenal. It's like they made
They
a
did,
really
like,
cool
they
movie
did-
and they
They
just
did 2 or 3
slapped that on it.
Cloverfield.
Cloverfield.
I've only seen that one.
There's 2 different Cloverfields. The first one involves a monster and a camera running like Blair Witch style. And then the second one is John Goodman as some
That
kind of
one's
psycho.
amazing.
And it was classic. But the first one about the monster crashing through the big city is really great. Also, it's better than Blair Witch because that movie makes you want to vomit by the end. The camera shakes.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah. If you haven't seen that one with John Goodman, Criptex, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I
I
saw it.
thought I read something about
Totally underrated actor, John Goodman.
it was like they were making a different movie and they put 2 movies together. It's like the whole movie didn't make much sense until the end. So I don't know. I liked it though. I had no idea. I didn't even know what the movie was called when I watched it, so it was even better. No idea what was going on.
I know, but my best science fiction movies ever are Blade Runner 1982. That's
Harrison Ford.
top. Alien and 2001
Space
Space
Odyssey.
Odyssey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I love some Kubrick. Yep. The Eyes Wide Shut. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, The Shining for a horror movie was done by Stanley Kubrick, and it wouldn't have been that movie without him. I mean,
That is
Stephen
my-
King alone.
That is my
Right.
least favorite. Oof.
The
As
Clockwork,
he did Clockwork. So I didn't
Clockwork
know that.
Orange.
I didn't know he did that. I have
Yeah.
to watch.
Oh yeah, he did
I actually
Clockwork
probably
Orange.
have it on my Apple TV then, because I bought his whole collection. I just haven't finished it. There's something Lolita. I haven't
With-
seen that yet.
With Andy
Those guys
McDonald.
always put out something Lolita. They all are
Well, I think that's where that comes
70s
from, right?
sneaky
That like
weirdos.
Epstein's plane comes from that. That's weird. That whole thing's weird. Kubrick was weird.
Kubrick.
I mean, look at the movies. They were almost cultish, really. I mean,
Yes.
with hidden messages and you know, I mean, I just think about The Shining at the end. People are in those weird, you know, animal suits blowing each other. Like it just fucking creeped me out as a kid. Like I didn't know what to think. I went to the zoo like after that, and I was afraid, you know, of the animals. You know, like I didn't know what was going on.
Hey, Farmer, do you remember when we were talking about the climbs and there's this picture with the
It looked like,
Shining-
you know, the blood coming down, you know, with the little girls, you know, and the elevator. It did though, man. It's like half the wall is blood color. You know, there's some kind of weird, you know, skeleton glued together like Donnie Darko, you know,
Oh, that's
rabbit,
another one.
fucking creepy jackrabbit stew in the corner, you know, with fucking heads all over the floor. And people in Indiana love hunting. Well, people in Michigan love hunting too, but we don't just throw our fucking, like we just got done eating it in our chair and threw it over our shoulder.
You don't?
Horns and shit on the floor with blood still on them. I mean, I don't know.
On the. Ooh.
Oh,
I think they must have lured them deer in there somehow. They're charming. Though. I heard those clients were charming.
Ugh. I've never heard that. I've heard the opposite.
No, I don't know.
Ugh.
It's just gross. Yeah. It's just weird. It's weird to me.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I get hunting. I get all that. Like I've known a lot of hunters. I mean, I live in a place where hunting goes
Yeah.
on all around.
Same here.
I've been to their
Ohio.
house. I've been to their houses. They don't have weird demonic, you know,
No.
life-size deer demons in the corner. They just don't have them. That's not normal.
No,
So-
I agree. I agree. That paraphernalia looks really satanic, man. That was what the fuck?
That's crazy.
I'll have to look that up because I don't think I've seen it. It's not just regular taxidermy crap.
No, it's just like bones and shit. It's like I said, it's like they lured the deer inside and just threw the bones in the corner or something. I don't know what's going on.
That's gross.
I'm surprised there wasn't a fork in one of them.
This is just Kagan sitting in the corner gnawing on it.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. You know, maybe a fireplace. They got something on the fireplace, you know.
I want to
Or
know
like
what's
two-
going on with that drop box. Like, have they busted anybody else from it? Are we ever going to find out if?
They never brought it up again. Well, why wasn't it's never been anywhere? Who knows? It all got buried, it seems like to me, or buried or whatever. None of that stuff got talked about. All the questions we ever have, none of them got answered as far as I'm concerned. Nothing got
I
brought
don't
up in court. Nothing got brought up in Keegan's trial as he pled guilty. You know.
Yeah, I was so disappointed. I was expecting to listen to Keegan, man. Fuck.
I mean,
Didn't happen.
you know, Sleuth even said right from the beginning, it might be a case where someone gets convicted and we still just don't know the details. And that appears to be,
of course.
to me, that's what it feels like, really, to be honest with you. It's disappointing, but again, if the family is okay with that, then I have no choice but to be okay with it. I'm not going to sit around being upset about something if the family feels like there's some closure for them, you know.
Oh yeah, I just meant for all the people he was messing with, and people were using him, or if
I mean, the guy's a creep. I mean, clearly he did some bad shit. I mean, you can't force little kids to take their clothes off and bribe them and do all that shit without going to prison. He's right where he belongs, in my opinion, and for a long time.
I just think that we know well the story until the end of the bridge. Everything that happened until that part of the story, it makes sense. But after, I think there are a lot of questions to be solved. Everything that happened after down the hill.
do you think
I
we're
don't
ever going to
understand
get any
how Brad
answers?
Weber. I don't get how Brad Weber suddenly is coming down the driveway now at 2:30 and not 3:15 or 3:30 like you originally said in that leaked whatever or that transcript. And now all of a sudden he says on the stand 2:30. Well, if the girls are basically okay, that puts them. I get that basically puts them on his driveway as he's coming down it, and they're going down the hill. Think about the timing. 2:28. He's putting them down the hill. Now Weber's saying he drove up at 2:30, but yet he's so scared by the band that what? Now he makes a march across an entire creek in February with no leaves on the trees anywhere, and you have a complete vantage point from the Webers, and then murders them and gets some sticks and cuts down and puts sticks. But he was so worried about that van. Well, if he was so worried about the van, why not just, I don't know.
I've never
I
thought
don't
those
even know. It doesn't make sense to me.
I've never thought those confessions made sense.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, I think the dude probably did it, but I don't think like how they. I don't even necessarily know that like people put a lot of weight into him. I think more of what gets me on him is just his own like linking the timeline up to himself with his own words. But that's not enough to get you convicted in my eyes, but it's enough for me to go, that's the only person I've ever looked at and gone, wow.
To me, it's a de facto confession with the statement that he gave Dan Doolin. Okay,
yeah,
he didn't say during
exactly
that he killed the girls, but putting yourself there at the time in the clothes, and you're the only one that does that, and that somehow gets put into a lost box.
Well, the clothes came at the interrogation.
Volunteer until 2021. Now, at 2019, now all of a sudden they're changing the entire witness to a young guy based on one single person's testimony, Betsy Blair, right? They change that. They do the 2019 changing direction presser based on that one single witness.
What do you think they did that for? Because I kind of get the vibe that they were out on their rope and thought they weren't going to find the guy, and that was the last thing they had. That was like a last-ditch effort. Because even Doug Carter, when Doug Carter said it, you like look in his face, and he's like shaking it. Or when they're talking, he's like, he looks disgruntled about it.
I mean, the part that I have a problem with about all of that is that in 2021, Kelsey German did a interview with her alma mater radio station where she went to college, obviously, and they asked her directly, what was your biggest regret about that day? And she said point blank, not paying attention to the black truck in the parking lot, in the Mears lot. Okay, well, what kind of truck does BB drive? Well, she drives a black truck. Okay, now, if she was merely a witness in 2019, then why in 2021 was Kelsey still twisting in the wind, feeling her guiltiest moment of that entire day, dropping off her sister who was murdered, wasn't paying attention to that very truck? Now, Doug Carter was so close with Kelsey, why would he have not pulled her aside and said, look, that's a witness test. Don't worry about that. It's a witness. But no, they let her twist in the wind for 2 more years. So I'm not buying any of their fucking stories.
Yep. I just don't know if they do anything. No, it makes sense. I mean, you make sense. It's not none of that. Nothing in this whole thing's ever made sense. Well,
Yeah,
like
man.
you said
So,
earlier, more questions than answers, and that's what I was afraid of.
yeah,
Had a
Because I
lot
mean,
of people saying it's
she
all
would
in the
have to.
bag, and it's like, oh, I
She
don't
would
know.
have to, if she knew it was a witness testimony, a witness vehicle, then she could cease worrying about that being what she should have been, because she felt something was connected with that black truck to the kidnapping and murder of her sister, or that wouldn't have been the part that she wished she would have paid the most attention to that day, which is what she said in the 2021 interview with her alma mater.
Yep.
I don't get that. It doesn't wash with me.
That's more of a transparency issue in and of itself too. I think they
yeah,
left the family to hang out to dry on a lot of that stuff.
Clearly,
and
but I mean,
I know people make fun of this, but the whole situation with the earphone jack connection, that's
I
weird.
can't make fun
I
of
think
it.
this.
The whole data dump's weird, dude. Every part of it. The Apple data, the Find My data, the geofencing, like all of it's weird.
Yeah.
I just don't know. The reason I don't people get up in arms about it is I don't know how to interpret it, and
right. That's where I'm at. I mean, I have to assume the judge, the prosecutor, these people are better trained than I am. This is what they do, and I have to assume that a good part of this is how it's supposed to go, and it just looks like that from the outside to us because, you know, it wasn't settled the way all of us wanted it to be settled, and that's just.
I don't think there's a big difference between the prosecution expert and farmer. Remember that he was looking into Google the same day of the testimony to try to find an answer for that earphone connection situation. It's incompetence, man. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, and then waiting until the trial to even test the hair, like, I mean, I don't get that.
And having to retest her when they took her DNA off the bat. Like, you didn't test the family right off the bat in general? Why you took their DNA, but you didn't run it against anything? Figure you just do that just to rule them out
the mixed
in general.
The mixed messaging alone from different departments of law enforcement saying, you know, that no one has been cleared and that we don't want, and then in the very same breath saying we want that first sketch to be secondary and that person's no longer a person of interest, which was a statement given to the Associated Press by the ISP. I mean, you know, why give that statement if they weren't? None of it makes sense to me. There's so much mixed messaging.
Says water damage in the earpiece. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just that they didn't already have the explanation ready to go. That bought
right. That's my only point.
And they came with their pants. They didn't have their pants pulled up. You know, their boots tied. You know. And then she says the hair is transference. Yeah, yeah.
And they didn't want to spend the money.
I just don't know why they. Yeah, they'll spend money on all the overtime for having people investigate something that pretty much was solved 2-3 days in. They just fucked up the tip. Pardon my language. But they'll spend millions of dollars on police in their pay, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they can't test DNA. They can't seek out snap DNA for some of the stuff.
That tip was never entered into the Orion system for the FBI. That's why no one had that tip. Why wasn't that tip entered into the system? Because it was. It's not just a clerical error.
Yeah, they have a number on it.
Not until 2021 when Kathy Schenck entered it in there from the box she found it in.
I thought I thought Kathy Schenck found it in 2022, and
right, but it wasn't in there. But the Orion system until she entered it in there at that time.
Because it has a number like 48.
The news article I read said it wasn't entered into Orion until Kathy Schenck did that for them.
No, I don't think that's that news article.
That's why it was called the lost tip narrative, and why the FBI said it was bullshit and not their fault because someone put it in a box, a random box somewhere.
Everyone else that I've heard and all the other articles I've read and everything said that it was basically put into the system, but the one she found was the physical copy because it had been marked cleared in the system. She found the physical note and took it to Pullman. Like that's they thought it was
I'd
listed as
encourage you to
cleared with them. Yeah.
reinvestigate that. We should come to a consensus on that because I disagree with your assertion that that's how it is. I'm saying it wasn't entered at all into that system until she entered it in there.
The tip number's known, and it's really early it's in the double digits. You can't go back and add it posthumously as a number that low.
Well, what about that identifies the Orion system, which is the national system?
In the Orion system, it's like listed in the 70s or 40s, 48, tip number 48. Like it was listed in there.
Okay, so if it was listed, then it wasn't a clerical error. It was listed in there.
Yeah, it was listed as cleared, but when she looked at the actual physical tip, which she found, she gave it to them, and they went and investigated it because they never followed up on it. They listed it as cleared, never followed up with him, never talked to him again, never did anything with it again. That's the lost part of it. It looked like that's the clerical errors. It was written down as cleared, I guess. Because he immediately went out and looked at his car, took pictures of his car, and then started going backwards from there. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
Well,
yeah, there is a physical tip number.
That's not all what I read. I just recently read, and that was that she was responsible for making sure it got into that because she's a volunteer for the FBI.
Which news were you reading? Because if it's any of those local ones, they've been fucking up so bad, dude.
It was probably a local one, yeah.
Yeah,
Indianapolis or one of them.
Those guys have been messing up so bad. If you read during the trial, Greeno was doing live streams from outside, and we were correcting it while we were on there because it was just wrong, and it was stuff from the previous day. They were saying was said that day, mixing stuff up, names, just all kinds of. That's not Wish TV. That's I forget which website that was. They were all doing it. Twitter, they were getting corrected live on Twitter. It was nuts. That's what we were saying earlier about how bad the mainstream media is. With you guys that follow this stuff via the internet and all the regular sources have far better information than what you're getting in the news articles. Like, wait until the documentaries come out. You're going to get raged out because they're gonna put stuff in there. It's gonna be incorrect or somebody's interpretation of it that isn't based on the facts.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that. Yeah.
100%.
Well, yeah, like I said, I'll do a little more due diligence on that. I am curious exactly when that tip was put into the Orion system. That should easily be trackable some way.
That's the point of contention. Fair maiden wins. I don't know who wrote it cleared at the time, but it's like I think Mark and Frosty and them had talked about when they initially were doing a lot of that. There were regular people working the tips. I don't know when those times coincide and when the FBI took over, or local law enforcement completely took over it. But that's the mystery of that whole thing is you don't even look at that. What?
I agree, Fair Maidens. I never heard the word cleared. In fact, all I ever heard was Doug Carter say nobody's been cleared. Except for when he changed that in 2019 and said, we now want you to consider the first sketch secondary.
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, they say nobody cleared, and then they come out in the motions and say Ron Logan's been cleared. What's his name? Brad Holder's been cleared. It's like they publicly say one thing and then I don't even know. Like they're so quiet about everything that we don't even know.
Hey Dan.
Yeah.
What's going on with you today? You are so open-minded. I'm
often open-minded. No, I like this stuff. I just don't like the fighting. I'll talk about it with people who aren't going to argue and get pissy and. Right. I don't care what people like. If they like, I don't mind it. I don't like people attacking.
I'm kidding.
Anyone. No, I know.
I agree.
I
don't assert to know exactly what. I mean, I'm just throwing out there, just what I thought that I've read and had in my mind. So
I think Fair Maidens, you're conflicting the tip actually being cleared and being marked cleared, because that's what I've heard is it was marked cleared. It was never followed up on. Obviously, they never talked to him again. That would be, you would figure if you saw that as that joint task force, you'd be watching that guy's every move. You want to go talk to him every 24 or every 12 hours to
Yeah,
see
if you
what
didn't
he's
know
doing.
about it, the
Following
guy
him.
that did the interview forgot to mention he did the interview, you know. And then in 2019 to be standing
Well,
right next to
did
Carter,
you hear all the
Carter's
stuff with
asking
that?
about, I mean, Carter's asking if you know anybody that drove a car that parked at the CPS building, and you know that he called it not CPS, but he called it the old Farm Bureau building to Dan Doolin.
Did you see that came out in trial that he clarified that they both reached the conclusion together that it was the CPS. And that's the thing, is he said even the dispatch on that thing, the name was wrong and he corrected it and they still didn't fix it. It's like everything about that thing was bad. Just bungled.
It is. And the cell phone was available at that time, man. So we know that most of the answers are there, and law enforcement, they had the opportunity to extract the whole information just at the time Richard Allen wanted to talk to Doolin. So it's frustrating.
Yeah, fair maiden wins. I don't know. And that was kind of what I was driving home at, is I don't know if it was stamped cleared in the system or what, but something, I don't know why. I don't think it was. It seems like if you go with Hanlon's razor, it's just a incompetence, that just like the 70 days and everything else. There's not much that would indicate to you that any what do you call it? Very incompetent. That's better.
I don't know. They called it the lost tip narrative, I think, for a reason. To me, that says Dan Doolin lost the tip right after he took it. I don't see where it got to anyone anywhere after it left Doolin's hands, be it a system, the Orion system, Kathy Shank, any volunteers, or even up the chain to I mean, that was his territory. Like I said, people can call him a fish and game warden, but if one of their toes would have been in that Deer Creek, he would have been the lead in the investigation.
Yeah.
He would have had full rights over that investigation.
You'll find that is in one of the Frank's motions from the defense when that tip was entered into that. I believe. So
that's important. That's an important detail.
They know that it was into it. But that was one of their points, is you didn't follow up on it, so there's a reason. Yeah, and
hey guys, I think I'm going to sleep.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Talking with you, Criptex.
It was fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut to I wasn't even planning on I was gonna be good, Criptex, and just let you have but then I said, shit, well, Dan, hey, if Dan, I mean, I might as well call in too,
No, I'm always running the back. So I'm the one pulling the comments up and whatnot. So I always help her out. So whenever she goes on live, I'm always back here somewhere.
Cool, man.
Well, that was good. I appreciated the invite, honestly, and letting me blabber on it. And we haven't done a show together in a couple weeks, but we'll get together and do something here soon. I know that for sure. So, again, if you want me to come on anytime to your show, Dan, I'm happy to do that.
Well, yeah. Anytime all I have to do is click a button and we're live. Anytime you got something you want to talk about or anything.
Look, I think this drone story is worth staying on top of as of right now. It's pretty hot and heavy. I mean, I
haven't followed it too much, and I don't even know where to go to follow like what's actually happening. Bye, Criptex. Yeah,
I mean, when the governor is calling for a partial state of emergency in New Jersey, and
I heard he was mad. I definitely heard he was mad because they weren't investigating it properly.
They're giving ridiculous answers. It appears to be many different things to many different people, and it's just really strange. I say keep an eye on it, and Criptex isn't lying. I mean, I said December 3rd and 4th is when it ramps up, and it's going to turn in, like that guy was talking about with the whole prophecy from the 2009 thing. Into a melee by mid-January, and at the end of that, we'll all know the truth.
Oh, I hope
but so. That's all based on certain events taking place, and I mean,
what do you
so
think
far,
of the whole stupid Iranian? Maybe I'm wrong with the stupid Iranian mothership thing. Why would they say mothership? So
there is a I heard there was an Iranian container ship.
Yeah.
that's missing for a month. Now, a container ship is enormous and can conceivably hold if it was retrofit into some kind of drone launcher. But these drones are very advanced, large.
I've heard they're huge, like minivan size.
Well, plus they're mimicking things they're not, like miniature planes and helicopters with no rotors. It's very strange, and the sounds coming out of them. It's just like they're trying to be something that they're approximating it, but not quite nailing it, and it's obvious almost. But something odd is going on. I'm saying just keep your eyes on the skies. I think
you think we have aliens out there, or you think we have future weaponry?
I think that it's possible that either what we're looking at could be reverse engineered that we're trying out, but more likely that our foreign adversaries like China and or Russia could be trying out
type stuff, Moscovium.
Yeah.
Are we seeing speeds that are unachievable out of these? Do you know? Speeds
we're
and maneuvering.
We're seeing heights and speeds for drones that would be pretty extraordinary, not impossible. If we're talking maybe a corporate drone, you're talking 50 drones, and you're talking about anomalous balls of roiling sun-like basketballs that now suddenly turn into a flashing drone. These things are morphing into shit right in front of people's eyes. I've seen it on video, and they're materializing. If you ever have it, if you've ever not inspected isn't the right word, but looked into, and I'm not a scientist, but just knowing that this even exists. If you've heard of the double slit experiment.
Yeah, that's physics. That's wave particle. That's how they discovered the wave.
Right. Well, the fact that things manifest based on human observation and manifest into physical things, just fucks me up in the head really bad. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, these could be manifestations of other people's fucking imaginations, but real things.
No, Dan, you want to listen to the I had to pop in here. You want to listen to the pilots talking about them?
Yeah, I do. We don't have to do it on here if you don't want to, but if
no, we can. I don't care.
I don't know if farmers. Are you hanging or are you leaving?
I mean, if you're playing pilot, UFO shit, I'll stay around for a minute. Yeah, I got another half a joint to smoke. Oh,
I say I'm good all night. I'm enamored or I'm intrigued.
Oh, I'm good too. We got 2 24-hour dispensaries right here in town in case I run out.
Oh shit, that kush.
Michigan's great for the weed.
At least you guys in Michigan, I can't smoke, but you can buy it here in Ohio. At least you guys can get pre-rolls and stuff. They won't sell that shit here.
Well, Ohio. That sounds like a pretty open market to me.
Yeah, they just sell the flour, and you can't buy bongs or accessories in there for smoking. You can buy oils and flour and.
Oh, it's all about the infused pre-roll. Infused with your best liquid diamonds and all kind of crazy shit with like 50-60% THC. This shit fucks you up like it never did before.
They got the wax.
Play this pilot thing. It's interesting, and this isn't just some YouTubers. Again, this is on major news networks.
First live. 12 now.
Hello, everyone. This is Fox 12 Now. I'm Greg Nibbler. As always, we appreciate you joining us for your live stream from the Fox 12 Oregon newsroom. That's what you see behind me, and we are on our YouTube channel. We're at KBTV. Just to give you that reference point.
Activity straight ahead of us.
No, we're not seeing anything. I had another one report at like 30,000 feet in the Eugene area.
We're seeing 3 or 4 targets. They're all altitudes up and down. It's pretty crazy. There was some at 30 probably. I mean, they're shooting way up. We say maybe up to the 50s, it looks like.
It's zipping towards us and then back out towards the ocean. It's red in color, moving at extreme speeds. I don't even know how to describe how fast it's moving. 661 on the clock.
Now, of course, that comes on the heels of some of the other things that have been happening nationally. When we talk about drone sightings in New Jersey, no reason to think that these two things are connected, but happenstance happened to be happening at the same time. But this happened over Oregon, and we're going to talk about this. We're going to get into a little bit more, and we're going to talk about a little bit.
Oh, that one was in Oregon and not New Jersey?
We're in the Northwest. To do so, I'm joined by James Shubsky from Margie's Outdoor Store. And James, thanks for being here with us. I appreciate you having some time to join us. And, for everybody out there, if in case they aren't aware, could you tell them about, your relationship to the paranormal in the Northwest and how Margie's Outdoor Store fits into that, and you as well?
Sure. So Margie was my mother-in-law. She passed away about 3-4 years ago. And so we inherited one of her stores in Bingen, Washington, right across the river from Hood River. And right away, Margie's Outdoor Store is an outdoor adventure store. People started coming in and telling us all kinds of amazing stories about things that they were encountering in the wilderness areas. Sasquatch, UFOs, lots of things like that. And so we put up a big sign in the window that said file paranormal reports here. And we took special effort to make sure that we were a safe place for ordinary people to talk about their extraordinary experiences. And in the past 3 years, we have received more than 375 reports of unusual activity.
And when you talk about the unusual, I love that. I love that you have a place too where people can go in and do that report and just say what they've seen out there. When you talk about unusual activity, how much of that falls into the category of a UAP or something along those lines?
Well, the Gorge, it turns out, is one of the most active paranormal areas in.
These spots are all over America.
No, I played the wrong one, but hold on. I got the one that's just the air traffic control because I don't want to hear the freaking news.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Wrong one, wrong. There we go. Come on.
There's literally, though, too, if you look, there's video of these things like morphing right in front of you. That's the ones I saw look like a big roiling disc, and then all of a sudden I said, oh, you're trying to look like an airplane. That's when I quit recording it because it started flashing in a weird pulse. Other than that, they were self-illuminated. It didn't make any sense. The entire round sphere was self-illuminated and was just above. First, it looked 20 miles off in the distance, like a little pulse of white light. And then I said, "You're not going to show up for the camera." And it was like a light switch. As soon as I talked about it, it showed up for the camera in a triangular pattern. And I got it all recorded. It's on my channel. It's crazy. Again, I sent that off to Scott Roeder. He from the phone that I recorded it on, he verified that the thing I was recording was on the video, that it wasn't added on afterwards or a reflection as I was standing outside with nothing in between myself and the object.
It's so dumb to say it's like a reflection of freaking Starlink or whatever, because they were saying it was going in like a corkscrew pattern. Like,
Starlink.
Starlink is completely obvious. It's a string of lights in one direction. There's no mistaking it.
I feel you, Criptex.
Great.
Ad blocker.
Hey, Center Horizon 2207. Got time for a question?
Horizon 2207.
Just wondering if you have any aircraft at our 10 o'clock out over the coast that you're aware of. Kind of some interesting looking lights out there. Not satellites, but maybe aircraft.
How far out? Because I do have an aircraft that you're 10 to 9 o'clock in about 120 miles out.
Possibly, yeah. It looks like at least 4, though. Something flying. It's not satellites because they're changing direction.
Right.
And it's strange looking. I've seen this a few times over the last month in the same area.
Horizon 2207. Roger. How far out at your 10 o'clock in? Are they at a similar altitude as you?
It's really hard to tell. They seem quite far and probably the same altitude or higher.
Roger. Thanks for the report.
Thank you.
Delphi Center, yeah, 1596.
1596, bud.
Is there any military activity out straight ahead of us?
1596. No, we're not seeing anything. I had another one report at like 30,000 feet in the Eugene area. We're not sure what it is.
Yeah, there's lots moving out there.
1596. Yeah, they're looking into it.
And where is that at for 661 Lima Fox?
661 Lima Foxtrot, goodbye. United 1596, does it still look like it's in the Eugene area?
Yeah, just straight west of Eugene. I mean, we're seeing 3 or 4 targets. Yeah, they're all altitudes, up and down. It's pretty crazy.
United 1596, does it look like it's about at your altitude at level 260?
There was some at 30 probably. But, I mean, they're shooting way up. We'd say maybe up to the 50s, it looks like.
1596, thanks. Medevac 1 Lima Fox, did you copy?
Yeah, I heard it. We'll be looking. 661 Lima Fox. Thanks to the whole way in.
This is 2207, thanks.
Alaska 835, do you see any lights or aircraft movement out here at like 3 o'clock there? I have a couple aircraft reporting it. Alaska 835, roger, thank you. And you can contact Seattle Center 125.8 today.
Medevac 1 Lima Fox, Cedric North Bend Airport.
Check North Bend Airport. And is there traffic actually out at about our 2 to 3 o'clock? About, I don't know, 20, 30 miles?
Medevac 1 Lima Fox, no, is that the 4 different lights going up and down? I'm getting a few reports, but you're seeing it right in front of you now too as well?
It's 2 to 3 o'clock off, that 2 to 3 o'clock from our position. Looks about 20 miles going in circles.
Medevac 1 Lima Fox, yeah, we're not seeing anything, getting lots of different reports out there, some at 30, some all the way up to 50,000, about 3 or 4 different lights. Does it look like they're around your altitude now?
No, there's one way up high and one about my altitude. Moving in like a circle, like a corkscrew pattern.
Medevac 1 Lima Fox, roger. Medevac 1 Lima Fox, just looking into this a little bit more. Could you give me another more accurate report, please?
All right, I'm visually have eyes on what looks like an aircraft strobe that's at my 2 o'clock and 22 miles at my altitude. I'm actually showing him on TCAS. Do you see that one?
Medevac 1 Lima Fox, I do not. Does an pilot discretion maintain 1-4000?
7 maintain 1-4000, Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot. He looks like he's moving towards, it looks like it's moving towards the north. Like I said, 22 and a half miles off my right wing. Medevac 661 Lima Fox.
Medevac 1 Lima Fox, thank you.
And center, Medevac 661 Lima Fox.
Medevac 1 Lima Fox, go ahead.
Just had another one show up about my 1 o'clock, about 1,000 feet high, zipping towards us and then back out towards the ocean. It's red in color, moving at extreme speeds. I don't even know how to describe how fast he's moving. 661 Lima Fox.
Medevac 1 Lima Fox, Roger. You are cleared to maneuver as necessary, left and right, to avoid the UFO out there, and all the reports you've given us are good information. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yep.
Medevac 1 Lima Fox, any chance you're able to film any of that?
We're trying right now, 1 Lima Foxtrot. It's weird. It's a red circular shape, and it keeps zipping out towards the ocean and then coming back in about, 20 miles or closer to us, and then it zips back out of the ocean and we can't see it. 1 Lima Fox.
Thank you. Medevac 4 Lima Fox, you can expect it.
Say again for 1 Lima Fox.
Number 4 Lima Foxtrot, I said you can expect that approach. Thank you. Dow's altimeter is 3017. Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, any chance I can throw you my number, and if you get a video of or a picture, you can send it us way. There's a lot of controllers here pretty interested in seeing what you're looking at there.
Yeah, let me get a piece of paper real quick. Hang on 1 second. All right, 1 Lima Fox, I'm ready.
All right, 1 Lima Foxtrot, area code 42555.
All right, 42555. I have my med crew in the back filming too. They're watching the same thing I'm watching up here.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, appreciate it. And name, if you want to just shoot me a text, picture, photo, whatever you got. So we're all pretty curious.
Will do. 1 Lima Fox.
That wasn't the right one.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, descend pilot's discretion, maintain 1.
They're shooting fucking lasers. What is happening? What the fuck?
Yeah, hang on a second. I'm looking up exactly. Yeah, there's one clip that shows from multiple angles, one of these objects shooting what looks like Star Wars types laser beams at the ground. It's really crazy. I just can't quite find it right now. I've seen it a few times though. Give me a minute. I wish I could.
It's okay. We'll watch the rest of this while you're looking for it. Okay.
Okay. But I'll at least be able to give you the site so you can see yourself when I find it, and I will find it.
0,000, 10,000.
Discretion 10,10,000. 1 on the box.
Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot. You can. I let the next controller know of what's going on there. And again, you are free to move left or right as necessary. You can contact them on 127.55. Any updates would be appreciated.
All right, you said you want me to switch to 12755 for 1 Lima Fox?
Affirmative.
And center Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot. Pass along what's going on off to the right of my aircraft. It's still continuing. It's a red, we're only seeing one. It's a red circle-shaped object that's zipping out over towards the ocean. It disappears for a little bit, and then it zips back in about 20 miles from us off the right side of the aircraft. It's picking it up on PCAS. It comes back in, and then it zips back out over the ocean at a rapid rate of speed, faster than anything I've ever seen move. 1 on the Fox. I'm trying to get a video of it.
Coast Guard 606 Tree, just north of Newport. You monitoring frequency? Coast Guard 606 Tree, just north of Newport. You on frequency?
Oh, it's north end. Reporting a quarter now. I think we're going to have to return to Aurora for Medevac 661 on the Fox. Cleared via direct Medevac 661 on the Fox truck. 125.8 Medevac 661 on the Fox truck. Seattle Medevac 661 on the Foxtrot, 14,000 heading 330 just for a couple minutes away.
Medevac 661 on the Foxtrot Sales Center, welcome back. Salem altimeter 3028, you are cleared to maneuver however you like. One able to proceed direct to Aurora State and advise.
Alright, one able direct to Aurora State, and we'll let you know we're direct to Aurora Medevac 661 on the Foxtrot. For an update on that thing, it keeps zipping in to just barely over Florence and then back out over the ocean.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, thank you. Yeah, we have a Coast Guard helicopter that's heading down that way. They're just southwest of Newport now. I'm trying to get a hold of them, but no joy, unfortunately.
Roger that. It's definitely higher than the Coast Guard helicopter, I'm sure. They're pretty low, aren't they?
Yeah, they're down around 600 feet, but they are just off the coast. I was hoping they could see anything. I don't know if there's cloud cover, though. Flight 1 Lima Foxtrot. Any chance you want to hit that guard or that Coast Guard there on guard? Our transmitters probably can't reach them that low, but you should have a pretty good line of sight. Coast Guard 606 Tree. Coast Guard 606 Tree. We just want to hit them on 121.5 there and have them try to come up our frequency just for some questions.
All right, I'll try to get them. Coast Guard 6063. That's what you said?
Affirmative.
Coast Guard 6063, this is Medevac Aircraft 661, Lima Foxtrot, how do you hear? Coast Guard on guard frequency, this is Medevac 661, Lima Foxtrot, how do you hear? Coast Guard 6063 on guard on 1215, Medevac 661, Lima Foxtrot, how do you hear?
Coast Guard calling Seattle Center, we're actually looking for the Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot, that Medevac is on 125.8.
And Center, Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot, couldn't reach him on guard.
Okay, thank you for trying to state your call. Coast Guard 6063.
Coast Guard, this is Medevac 661 Lima Foxtrot. Seattle'd like to talk to you on 125.8. That's frequency 125.8. Seattle Center has a couple questions for you.
Seattle Center 125.8.
Alright, Seattle just got a hold of American to contact you on 25.8. This is Medevac 661 Lima Fox.
Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, appreciate the report. Coast Guard 6063 Seattle, how do you hear? Hey, I got you 5x5 as well. I know you guys are probably on search and rescue out there. I just wanted to give you a report up ahead, about 20 miles. There's been several reports now of UFO activity moving what appears to be supersonic speeds, kind of inland and then back over the water. We've had multiple altitude reports all the way down to about 14,000. That's the flight level 550. I was just wondering if you had any eyes on that out there, if you saw anything. Coast Guard 6063, Roger. Thanks for the reports, and yeah, you can switch back to your frequency if you do happen to see anything out there that looks a little suspicious. It's been reported red and circular, moving really, really fast. If you see that, if you could just come back up on this frequency and let us know, I'd appreciate it. Medevac 1 Lima Foxtrot, appreciate the report. And if I didn't give it to you earlier, Salem altimeter 3028, descent pilot's discretion, maintain 10,000.
Discretion 10,000, 3028 on the meter, and my med crew said they got some good videos they're going to send to me. We'll get over to you guys. 661 on the Fox.
Can't wait. Plus 1100, unusual report for you. That's a multiple UFO reports. Most recent one was.
You guys want to listen to the rest, or are you good?
I'm good. I mean, I think it gives a pretty clear picture that people that are pretty reputable are seeing shit that's not normal, and that's not the first time. I mean,
and that one's all out.
Multiple, yeah.
Yeah, that's just from like one night, but like yeah,
right.
That's in Oregon. So it's not even on the same coast, that's weird.
Yeah, and like you said, the corroboration on that and just the conversation they're having like amongst each other is pretty telling in my opinion. Like and keep in mind too that it wasn't that long ago that a handbook went out to law enforcement across the country to certain departments of how to deal with downed future tech craft and things like that, and out of the box craft that may be radioactive or have some other elements. I mean, it was kind of vague, but it was pretty clear that they were talking about aliens, fucking aliens.
Oh.
And that went out officially. To, like I said, emergency services across the country from the federal level. So I mean, it's real.
Wonder what they're gearing up for.
That's the part that nobody knows. I mean, it's pure speculation, really. Is it even them? Is it, Project like Bluebeam type stuff?
Is it the Hollow Earth, man?
Could be. Right? I mean, it could be Hollow Earth. I believe that's possible.
Coming from Antarctica.
No, they like multiple
misnomer
from the
really.
ocean. Like they say they're
more like pockets deep within the earth. It's not necessarily hollow, but there could be pockets deep within the earth.
No, I know. If I say Hollow Earth, I know you know what I'm talking about.
I mean, it could be like a Russian.
The general and that went to Antarctica, or not general. You know what I'm talking about. That's one of my favorite ones to look into. The guy who went to Antarctica and said he went down and it was all tropical. Very reputable military man, I guess. I can't remember his name.
Bird, you're talking about?
Yeah,
1947. That was his third or fourth trip actually to Antarctica, and he stopped in did a radio interview in I believe Brazil or Argentina, and said that there was now the capability to get from pole to pole nearly like instantly is what he was inferring, meaning that I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty crazy story, that Admiral Byrd story.
Why the hell would he say it? In the 40s.
Well, I mean, I haven't actually heard that interview. I mean, maybe that's just part of the lore. I mean, he did come back and he did one television show that was sort of like a What's Your Line, or kind of like this sort of light interview program, afternoon type deal. And he said a few crazy things. It didn't quite go there, but he never was on TV again after that. He died after that pretty shortly, like a lot of them do.
For sure. Oh, this is a fun topic. I didn't know this was going to come back this year. Last time I saw anything was when that guy from Blink-182 was activating Congress to start getting them to release stuff.
Yeah, well, Tom DeLonge started with other people an organization called Two Stars Academy. Lou Elizondo and some of the problem with a lot of these whistleblowers, it's like been the same group of people since then that's coming out with all the information. So it's again starting to sound like its own information loop. David Grush being different last year in 2023, but even these players that were here just recently to Congress, besides Michael Schellenberger, who was the reporter that testified in front of Congress, were the same players. And now I've just received information that within 48 hours, for the first time, a first-hand account whistleblower with hands-on experience of these craft, not just people retelling of programs and legacy programs and certain three-letter agencies that don't exist. that within 48 hours there will be someone coming out that's officially in the program that has this hands-on experience with these craft. They think the time is right now, so be aware that that's happening probably by whatever Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, it had to raise a little bit of thing when they announced the Space Force. Like, yes, it was just branching off the Air Force, but why at that time?
If it was anybody but Donald Trump, it would have been maybe taken, more seriously announcing it. But it's hard when you have Donald Trump saying the word Space Force. It sounds like
it's such a cool name, though. I don't know why people hate it.
But it sounds like Galaxy Quest or some goofy, which was a great movie, but
yeah,
it just does. It sounds like a funny movie,
Yeah, I just mean they created it. I mean, was it during Reagan they were talking about that Star Wars program? Like, it's not we haven't been thinking about doing this shit for.
Yeah, but Star Wars wasn't supposed to be pointed out towards space. It was supposed to be pointed at Earth, and that was supposed to be stopping intercontinental ballistic missiles from Russia. But it does turn out that it was a little bit more broad than that, and probably had some of the first scalar weaponry available. And the fact that that's outside of our atmosphere and we're able to direct that out into space, that it's faster than the speed of light, very destructive to other worlds, and very possible why they're pissed off at us, whoever they are, if they're out there. Although I argue that some of it could be interdimensional, whatever that means. Yeah. Or future humans, they're just us from the future, basically. Because they said, whoever they are, again, they said if you can master, anti-gravity, that essentially is time travel. Whatever.
Oh, that's fascinating.
It's fascinating. It's way beyond me, though. It goes way over my head. I'm just saying I'm open to now. I'm open now to these concepts even being possible. I mean, I've always been kind of a science-y atheist, as far as anything goes, and now I know there's something greater than me out there, and it's pretty weird.
Oh, and it's weird too, because we're such dumb monkeys, because we think we've mastered physics and everything. What we think is impossible, we find out on an accidental experiment that it's very possible.
Mm-hmm. Right.
All the time. And, the Higgs particle was discovered right after I graduated high school. It ended up being less.
Look, they're up to something. They don't put a 14-mile tunnel track under the ground to smash atoms together unless they're trying to figure out something real big like time travel. And that's exactly what all that shit was about.
You know a crazier thing about that, Farmer? Do you know how many fucking particle accelerators exist that we know about?
Probably a dozen.
There's a bunch of them. They say that's the biggest one, but who fucking knows? There's probably classified ones that are doing more shit.
I guess
than
the part I could believe all of the science end of it, all the new physics, because to me, magic is just a physics we don't understand. It doesn't have to be magic, but there does appear to be some woo associated with this phenomenon. By woo, I mean there does appear to be some esoteric, ritualistic type behavior. Be it even if you look back at Jack Parsons, JPL Labs, Jack Parsons, also did rituals with Ron L. Hubbard in the desert doing with Aleister Crowley. So it's like, and here you got basically the one of the fathers of rocketry, doing esoteric sex, blood, magic rituals in the desert with someone who professes to be in touch with those beings. And
wait, which father of rocketry? Like Werner von Braun?
Jack Parsons. You've ever heard of JPL Labs, which stands for Jet Propulsion Laboratories, but he started that, often thought of as Jack Parsons Laboratories. His friends, I think, burned his body in the desert after he died.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look up Jack Parsons. It's a crazy story. 30s, you're talking 30s shit. Same time as Werner von Braun, only we had our own, American version.
Yeah, they brought him over and he took us to the moon.
Well, I mean, he amongst a number of other things, including tortured.
Yeah.
You know,
well,
and that happened
children,
right here. We sanctioned that. You can look at the all those Nazi scientists ended up on Plum Island making what I have right now. Fucking Lyme disease. You know? Yep, and I have it, and it's terrible.
Oh,
it's
terrible. Not many people know about Plum Island. I was just talking to somebody on Alive the other day about Lyme disease and telling them you should look at the origin of it and watch how it fans out around that area from Montauk out to the Midwest.
Yeah, exactly. Right around Montauk, where all the other Nazis went to live out their real stranger things existence, underground.
And the guy that was the guy that headed that. Yeah, the guy that headed that base, his specialty was tick-borne vectors.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Nazis knew after World War I that ticks were the perfect weapon in that bloodborne diseases were easily transmitted from them to humans. And so if they could get the bloodborne disease into the tick and then drop those ticks onto their enemy, it would essentially just be the kind of biological warfare that'd be quite effective, honestly.
Yeah, and I don't even know if they actually intended to release it, but it's funny because during COVID, everybody got mad, but they don't realize hand, foot, and mouth diseases comes back. I think it came from a lab.
Probably, yeah.
Like out in Kansas, it was an animal research lab, and they thought they had the safety procedure correct, and come to find out, people's mucus in their
it's like everyone's reliving that movie, The Stand, every year, Wuhan and.
That's why I said
that.
Well, that's why I said dumb monkeys think we're good.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're gonna off us with some dumb shit that they're trying to make some that they want the death ray. They want to be able to kill everything at once, maybe, and ticks would do that effectively, gets rid of all the people without ruining the infrastructure, and then you just chemical weapon the ticks to death, I guess. I mean, look, they got us wrapped up. But I mean, it's not all I don't think the whole world's a conspiracy, but these types of things have happened. These are real programs. I mean, if you look at the Pentagon Papers, that Michael Sheehan, lawyer for David Grush, lawyer for Karen Silkwood,
sorry about that.
Who just, by the way, it was, yeah, I can hear you now. 50 years ago, just a couple weeks ago, was the unfortunate anniversary of the mysterious assassination of Karen Silkwood, who was bringing evidence to a reporter from the New York Times, I believe, that very morning, run off the road and murdered, with then her car being ransacked for the paperwork she had showing that Israel was getting bagfuls of plutonium grade, bomb grade plutonium from the nuclear plant she worked at for their nuclear weapons program. They murdered her for it. Michael Sheehan was her attorney. They made a movie about it in the early 80s, starring Cher and Meryl Streep and Kurt Russell, actually. And it was called Silkwood.
Yeah, people don't know how much espionage Israel did with that stuff.
Well, yeah. But what people don't know is that they also murdered a fucking, whistleblower. Whistleblowers get murdered. Why do you think the UFO whistleblowers have not come out? If you've been listening to, these people have been trying to be brought in front of Congress, and the guy that last ran the ATIP program, not Lou Elizondo, but the guy that actually ran it, I can't think of his name right now, but he said flat out, he's like, until they can ensure my safety, why would I even want to come talking to Skip? He's like, I'd be violating, I can at the least get my career ruined, and basically at the worst, my whole family gets fucking whacked, is what he was hitting at,
Yeah, and they can't. They'll never be able to do it with their safety.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to go after the people that are threatening them. We have to be braver than that in this country if we're going to live in a free democracy. We cannot have a military corporate infrastructure that is murdering its own citizens to keep nefarious programs that we're paying for with our tax dollars.
Oh, yeah,
from
the
us.
compartmentalization thing needs to be almost virtually done with already. all that intellectual property, farmer, it's all American property. All that, like that Boeing jet, that America paid for it. That's our intellectual property. Like, I get the not classifying it so other military
people say you can't keep secrets. Oh, we could never keep a secret that big.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
okay.
How can we not? Ask the Japanese if we could keep a secret, because 250,000 people compartmentalized worked on the A-bomb program.
There you go. Manhattan Project.
And they had no idea that shit was coming, and the people making the bomb didn't even know what they were making in most of the
There's still giant swaths. What is it, 1%? 1% of the Manhattan Project?
Up with that initial bomb-making process are the same people that initially ran the crash and retrieval program for the United States government when it comes to UFOs. We're talking Robert Oppenheimer. We're talking, he opened Los Alamos, and then suddenly lost his security clearance and was made to look a fool in front of everyone when Congress hauled him in there, and the military, and they did that to him, And all that was over the fact that he wanted to disclose what he knew about UFOs, and he knew a lot. But he was drummed right out of it. And that didn't come out in the movie because movies don't tell the real truth. But all the same people, you could look up Leonard Stringfield. He worked for the military and then wrote books in the 50s and 60s about these crash retrievals, the very ones that we're now acting as if we just discovered. He wrote about in the 50s already in a book called Code Red UFO. He was on the plane in some of these cases to actually see it. He couldn't come out and say that, but we know that now. He had.
What do you think of Bob Lazar?
I think a lot of his information turned out to be correct, but I don't see why he couldn't be telling this story basically by proxy for someone who's the actual whistleblower. I think Bob Lazar is just the mouthpiece for the person that actually was there working, that wanted that information to come out, but were too afraid to come out on their own. And Bob kind of played.
I'd never thought about that, but it makes way more sense than him having his background.
Basically, he's a whistleblower by proxy who definitely understands the ins and outs of S4.
Yep. Yeah, that's nutty because I like that. I'd never considered that. I just like some of the discrepancies in his background makes a lot more sense when you think about it like that.
Well, I mean,
because there is record of him being at some of those places as a contractor for like radios and stuff like that, not a physicist.
Well, I mean, he's in the company phone book for Los Alamos. I mean,
yep. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly.
And the thing is, I mean, it was also, pretty well solidified that the person that got him his job was, and I won't be able to think of his name now. He's Teller is his last name, and he was high up in the program. Another guy, Admiral. Oh shit, man! I'm having a problem, but these names are just coming out, and they're ones that same guy that had to do with JFK, James Jesus Angleton, knew a lot about these legacy programs about UFOs, and he knew a lot about JFK, as in he authorized some of that shit. And there was supposedly a high up mole in the CIA, as in Dulles himself may have been the mole for Russia. Huh. I mean, Russia was much better at spying. Russia was much better at espionage initially, the KGB was, than we were. We had to play catch up with that, and it's very possible that Dulles himself was compromised, probably over there.
Yeah, I'll say all of them were. Yeah.
They got the dirty pictures and shit on them, or whatever it was. Shooting smack, or selling secrets, or selling their soul to the devil in one way or another, and not being a good American. And basically trading their country for their own ass. It's pretty well known that Dulles, I mean, not well known, but it's been researched that he was possibly a mole. And I don't want to be offensive to somebody who was possibly also a great American, because I really don't know. But
yeah. Oh man, so you're getting excited too with all this, or not really. Excited or nervous?
I'm neither. I'm apprehensive. I don't need the extra pressure. I'm just trying to get my own thing done in life like everybody else. And I really, to be honest with you, I don't want to have to worry about a UFO invasion, right? It's just not what I need right now. Not to sound selfish.
No,
I'd rather it just not fucking happen at all, to be honest with you, and not even be talking about this kind of shit, because we have so many real life problems that if this doesn't help solve that, whatever this is going on, then it's just extra bullshit we don't need. Honestly, it's extra stress we don't need.
Yeah, right there too.
Oh, or it's the end of our existence, or the beginning.
Yeah,
of our
that's
new
what I
one.
was gonna say. Oh yeah, the beginning of our enslavement. They just don't worry. They're just coming back here to pick up Elon Musk.
You know, I mean, I'm sure he knows something. I mean, and keep in mind, who's his handler? You know, for NASA, well, that'd be one Tim Taylor. Who's Tim Taylor? Well, if you've ever listened to Dr. Diana Pasulka, who's a religion expert, but she did a book called American Cosmic. She, you know, has been at, you know, for a shuttle launch with Tim Taylor, who works for NASA and has his own secret room there where he does esoteric rituals to make sure the launches go okay. And they sent 100 odd tikis to the moon the last time they sent a probe there. Who were those for? What the fuck's going on? Why are we doing all this weird shit?
Tikis to them, like torches?
No, like, yeah, little icons, little gods, little tiki gods. There was 100 of their hand carved tiki gods, Diana Pasulka said, and that this Tim Taylor had them on the shuttle, and not the shuttle, but rather whatever probe went to the moon and shipped them along to be dropped on the moon as a gift or something for somebody.
God, it's so weird. Those people are so
It's really weird because he does protocols. I mean, this guy literally was the impetus almost for Skinwalker Ranch, and that's just the public one. I mean, there are other areas where the government owns land, and keep in mind, a lot of these places have been bought up, but like the Bradshaw Ranch has a large fence around it. You can't even get on it now by Sedona, Arizona. The government bought the entire ranch and fenced it off. You're not allowed there. Why the fuck would they do that if there was no odd anomalous stuff going on? I mean, I don't want to, you know, buy into all this dramatic on TV shit, but there's some reason then we go on to do that stuff, you know, and these things are having real physical effects on people. Have been sometimes hurt by these orbs, you know, Havana type syndrome, brain swelling. That's why Dr. Gary Nolan was initially involved because of his work with Havana syndrome.
Did they ever clear up what happened there, or find, you know, did they say China or somebody did a directed energy weapon on the people, or what did they end up?
I think I don't know what the answer was, but I think it was some kind of, you know, they think it was some kind of directed energy. Yeah.
I don't know why, like that. If you say that on Twitter or anything, you're considered a nutcase, and the military's been patenting stuff like that for a long time. Is it LRAD or whatever, the real loud noise? There's tons of them already on the market. Like, I don't
look. We have all kinds of stuff. I mean, one of the whistleblowers told Congress we have an earthquake machine in Antarctica, and that there's a basketball-shaped orb every meter for 100 square meters, and it's an array of these things that, and they accidentally fired it off in 2009, and it gave New Zealand in Christchurch an accidental earthquake, and they were really sorry about it.
I really don't doubt it. Like, that wasn't that the missing information supposedly from Nikola Tesla's journals?
Well, I don't know, but this whistleblower was he was like a plumber maintenance man. He did plumbing initially, was his trade craft, but he had a good job offer from, you know, he was single, he was looking for an adventure, and, you know, ended up in Antarctica for Raytheon, one of these corporate entities, Raytheon, who does a lot of military contracting. And let's just say down in Antarctica, he saw, and, you know, I mean, there have been whole teams of people that come back not right after expeditions and finding things, you know, that they're not supposed to find. I mean, there's a whole report, an honest report, and they've made it go away, but years ago it was on the internet. You can't find it now. a whole team of scientists were supposed to meet the helicopter, and they weren't there, and it took them 2 weeks to get there. They kept checking back from their expedition up in Antarctica, or down in Antarctica, I mean. Yeah. And they didn't even talk the whole way back. They couldn't even make words, whatever they went through, and they've never been right since, and I think they've all disappeared since then. Yeah, I mean, this is all real shit, man.
Yep. Well, that's like, remember the Malaysian flight and all that? You find out there's a bunch of researchers on one of them, and the plane just disappears. They do a lot of that stuff, and I don't know. I just don't.
Well, I mean, if you believe the orb video, I mean, I don't know. Some say that's been debunked, you know, some say it hasn't been debunked. But if you ever see that orb video where the orbs make the plane disappear, that's really creepy to me.
Yes. How can you? Well, I mean, how can you debunk it? Like, I know they can look at the camera and do all that, but I'm saying,
supposedly a military drone camera. I mean,
yeah, you can't like debunking that. That's weird.
I don't know, but when I saw those orbs like orient around the plane, they're going like this around the fuselage, and you're like, oh my, it just gave me chills. It's like, I felt like that could really happen. I don't know, like I said, if it was CGI'd in there or something. I don't know enough about that kind of. I mean, Scott Roeder could tell you, you know, that's what he does for a living. He has a lab and a whole team in Ohio where he does video analysis and crime scene reconstruction for a living, and he's authenticated my UAP video personally. I have the email chain.
That's great.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get you. I don't know what it's supposed to do for me. I mean, people are like, oh, and then no one looks. You know, it's like I see all these shitty videos online, and it's like, man, my video is way better than half of them. Not as good as some, but it's pretty compelling in my opinion. I mean, it's clear. I made sure that when I was recording it to give reference to where it was at in the sky, as opposed to the roof line, as opposed to the tree line and the things around it. Yeah. To try to provide as much analysis as I could in the short time it was there or whatever. But I already think about that stuff ahead of time. You know, I don't know. It just clicked right in. As soon as my customer I was delivering food to said she'd agreed with me, it looked like a UFO, but her food was getting cold, and could she have her food instead of watch the UFO with me? That's when I started recording. I mean, I started recording for a reason. You know, there was nothing there when I turned the camera on. For the first 15 seconds, it's just a blank sky. But why would I even point the camera that way? And then all of a sudden, like a light switch, after I said, what, you're not going to show up? Because I had already seen them with my customer. So that was the whole reason that I after she went in the house, I started recording.
It's too bad that when, like, we don't have it, but it's too bad some of these spotting or sightings and stuff, there aren't like infrared and different cameras that can detect different wavelengths of light.
I have
the visual.
I mean, I honestly have unpublished orb videos that are from a friend, and I'll leave it there because I just don't even want to say more about it. They're nowhere on the internet. They're from a very high end 4K, very clear security system at his shop, which is an old granary from possibly like the late 1800s. Which is now just his personal shop where he does, you know, mechanical shit. And he'll send me some clips and videos of the most incredible softball-sized. I mean, there's no question. There's not like, oh, that could be this or that. It's like it looks like and one of them is so bright that it's illuminating itself onto the ceiling. People say those are bugs or something. I said bugs don't self-illuminate, and then 10 or 20 feet up have a light on the ceiling right above it where it looks like it's almost dangling from an invisible umbilical cord as it's floating around, but there's a light on the ceiling corresponding with the actual orb 10 or 20 feet below it. It's amazing video. It really is.
Are they still saying that stuff's ball lightning? Ball plasma.
Yeah, but this place that he's at,
I don't know that it is. I'm just saying.
Now he put in security. As soon as he leaves and turns on his security cameras, it is a virtual light show nightly. This isn't ball lightning. This is something now that's being picked up because of high-end security equipment involving infrared, ultraviolet, and also radio frequency waves, RF waves.
That's
picking it up.
That's exactly what I was wondering, is what it would look like in something like that instead of, or all the above compiled together.
That's why a lot more of the indoor orbs, which are stage 3 orbs, by the way, those communicate information, apparently do recon for the larger ones like I saw, which are stage 1 orbs. And if you've ever seen the Iraq or Afghanistan one that was released by our own Pentagon, that shows just like a basketball metal sphere flying right in a straight line over like a village in Afghanistan. That's a stage 2 orb, which is like the stage 1, only they're merely in transport. They're not transponding information. When they're transponding information from the stage 3 orbs that are indoor orbs, the little blue ones, they're in that roiling sun look where it looks like they're powered up almost. Yeah.
It makes you wonder what, if they're extraterrestrial, what they actually are, because if you've ever seen our stealth equipment, it's virtually undetectable by radar, infrared, all this stuff. So what are we looking at? Obviously, if they're that sophisticated, it had to be a ploy of some sort, because they wouldn't be showing you their hand.
It's something we got our hands on that we did end up reverse engineering, possibly. I'm not putting that out of there. It could very well be something that a government sponsored corporation made, like Lockheed or something like that, whatever corporation,
I mean, we did it with the stealth fighters.
We have, keep in mind, in the 50s, anti-gravity laboratories were opened all across the country, and by the mid-50s, no one brought it up or was allowed to talk about it again. Do you think that's because they didn't find it? The same people that made the atomic bomb said that it would take about the same amount of time to crack gravity. And it was about that amount of time before we never mentioned it ever again. And all these weird patents, and then if anyone has any of this shit, they either get killed or their thing gets bought up and it gets shut down, so that the fossil fuel industry, which is really in charge of the world, continues to make all the money.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Like, as a skeptic and an atheist myself, you're like, well, why would they let you go to college for physics?
I'm not an atheist anymore. I want to be clear. I believe in a higher power.
Okay. Either way. I just meant myself.
Sure. No.
Like, I totally you think about it, like, why do we send people to school if they have extra knowledge that they wouldn't want you to be behind? And then you're like, but then you can actually find documented cases of, like, NASA wanting to make a newer, before the James Webb telescope and all that, they were trying to make a newer version of the Hubble telescope, spending billions of dollars researching a new lens. The NRO, who I'd never even heard of, comes in and goes, here's our decommissioned one, here's 2 of them, and they were better than what NASA was developing. They said, the only thing is you can't turn them back on the Earth. Here you go. You can have them. Boom.
Right.
And it's like, well, why the fuck? Like, we're spending all this money over here and you already had it. What do they have now? And why are we even, like, why aren't they just sharing the information, and why don't, like, it's so.
Well, I mean, look, some of this stuff is probably way too sensitive. Like, I don't, some of this stuff can't be shared, but to say merely that we do have something that's not from us, I think is important to come out and say at this point. I think it's clear that we've been in contact with either future humans, off-planet beings, a mixture of those, something interdimensional, basically something that's not our current us right now.
Well, there has been some thing kind about stargates in Babylon and whatnot. Like the stuff in was it Syria and Iraq that was destroyed during the conflicts over there? There's a whole conspiracy theory about that's why the Bushes were over there. But it's like, well, I think all of that information was destroyed and it was scavenged and taken away and disappeared for human record forever. Like, you can't go there now. You got ISIS. Like, they'll just kill you.
Well, I mean, there are a few stories around the world of the CIA being awfully interested in geographic areas, and there's plenty of instances of both Bureau of Land Management, national parks, springing up in anomalous geographical areas, which is crazy for people to think about. But in my opinion, many national parks and areas within those parks that are secured now away from the public, and can legally be done with, either Indian Affairs through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which is how they do it, because they can, once something is deemed to be, indigenous, it can no longer even be stepped on, and so they are hiding, or they know of certain anomalous features of our geography throughout the world, of things that are either advanced from us or that are ancient, that has some sort of I'm not saying computer technology or something, but somehow harnessed energy from within the earth to complete certain things, I guess, in my opinion. It's bigger than Christopher Columbus landing in the Bahamas in 1492, whatever's going on.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot more stuff that has just been scrubbed.
You know who made the first underwater report of a UFO?
No.
Christopher Columbus in 1492, right before he hit the Bahamas.
Huh.
That's true.
I've never heard that.
Yep, he actually it came out of the water. It's a pretty detailed account. He has a whole UFO story, Christopher Columbus. Yep.
I like that you see some of the Renaissance paintings with cigar UFOs and.
Yeah, well, I mean, that begs the question: do these things manifest, like the double slit experiment, into things that we think they should look like, things that mimic somehow what we're creating at the time? Those looked a lot like blimps that were just coming out at the time, and the airships of the 1890s. But the airships of the 1890s...
No, I'm talking Renaissance period, before any industrialization. They have images in some of the paintings that had UFO looking like things.
Some of them
they wouldn't even know what the hell that is.
The sky represented by just X's and O's.
Yep.
And barbells. A lot of Italian paintings, and the Vatican knows a lot, and that's where Dr. Diana Pasulka actually took, because she had access, being a religious studies and a Catholic, she had access to the archives at the Vatican and got permission, and she could bring a guest, and she brought Tim Taylor from NASA, and he actually had a transformative experience, and the highest priest that was in Vatican City that day converted him right there on the spot.
Huh. Did you hear what's going on with them this coming this month or something? They're opening, what the hell was it? Some stuff that hasn't been opened in a long time. I don't remember what it was.
I haven't heard that, but
I wish I wasn't driving. I'd pull it up because it was interesting.
Oh yeah, be careful.
There are these type of no. I'm good to talk. I'm just unable to pull anything up. But it was some sort of tombs or something that they're just opening, and it was really bizarre.
Well, if you ever look,
are you on a computer or are you on a phone?
What's that? I'm on a computer.
I'll say you might be able to search for that. I don't know what the hell is going on. There's so much shit.
I know that forever in Egypt, finding what they call the Hall of Records was always a rumor. The Hall of Records was, I think it was Plato, who not only spoke of Atlantis, but the Hall of Records also, and described it as 3 levels, each one basically being fucking enormous, like basically the size of several football fields, all full of all the knowledge, and just it's never been found. But the rumor is that I think maybe 3 or 4 years ago they actually did find it, and there's some pretty solid tunneling. There's a lot of tunneling. Have you ever heard the Father Crespi story? No. That's a great. That's an incredible story. He was in Ecuador. Father Crespi was must have been a Catholic missionary in Ecuador, and he was the local guy that converted all the local indigenous folks to Catholicism. But anyways, they really loved him, and they would bring him all these treasures that they say came from the tunnels that are under there. Only these treasures were hammered like 6 foot tall gold sheets. There were over 70, I think over 70,000 objects in his, little personal jungle museum at the end of it before it burnt down and all of it disappeared. But even the famous, the second guy, Buzz Aldrin, I think it was, did an expedition down there. They did a big expedition in the early 70s that took a film crew down there. And I watched that. It was very impressive. And they were blown away by the detail of these artifacts, which, by the way, didn't represent any of the culture down there. They represented Egyptian and Chinese artifacts.
Huh.
And there were over 70,000 of them, and you can't find any of them anymore. And the ones that, that were left behind, they call hoaxes. There were some bad copies made at the end. But initially, he was the only one. Basically, he was the only one that had access to this museum, and he would just start pulling shit out. And he was like, he looked like he was 100. He looked like Father Time, all bent over with a staff, and he would walk. He had long white hair and real interesting character. And shortly after that documentary, yeah, he was dead. I mean, not that he probably died of old age, but it was right after the fire took the museum and melted all the gold, supposedly. It was just ridiculous. But it's a whole real story. Just like the Egyptian cave in the Grand Canyon. I believe that story.
I think I've heard about that one. The strange things with the artifacts being found across the globe that match, and the same symbols and the same.
But they don't want us to know, the real history, because that blows apart religion, just like the UFO thing. So they have to control the narrative. And if you look at the Smithton family, which somehow got their museum funded in perpetuity for over 200 years. When the fuck does Congress fund anything for 200 years without question? Well, ask the Smithsonian. Ask the Smithsonian, because they've been stealing and hiding and murdering people for that long to hide all this shit, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've always thought that was weird. I don't know what all they hide, but it's definitely a way.
Well, I mean, it starts a lot of entire museums from southern Indiana and Ohio, the entirety of the Ohio Valley, where they found thousands of large European skeletons with red hair along the banks of the Ohio River. I mean, it wasn't just some kooks saying that shit here and there.
I've never heard of that.
Even in Kalamazoo, Michigan, where I live, it's the only place
what's
in
that
the entire
called?
world.
If I want to look into it,
what's that?
Or at least the red-haired people along the Ohio River. What would you
all you have to do is look at the 1860s geological survey that was done for the government from Indiana by the professor at that time, whose work got completely buried, just like the giant bones he found. And the copper, they were adorned with copper breastplates.
I've always thought the giant thing was weird. That's one I know that's a big conspiracy. Even the debunking things sound weird.
Yeah, well,
like they don't make too much sense.
None of it makes any sense. I mean, I think it's pretty clear, in my opinion. The Knights Templar was here in the 1200s. I mean, if you look at that, Scott Walter, he did that show, America Unearthed, I think it was called, where they found a dozen large in the 30s. It was in the crustacean of the ground, or the conglomerate or something it's called, in Arizona, where they have floods. All these little pebbles stick together and they form around shit, concretion, it's called, yeah. And you could do a geological assessment on that concretion by the biological material that basically cements it together and tell how old it was. And that those crosses with those weird symbols on them, which he saw as they were lead crosses that were very large, like 3 foot. These guys were putting along in their Model A or whatever, because people back then would just take any road. They were into a road adventure back in those days. Cars were pretty new for a lot of people, and just driving around was entertainment on its own. To pack a picnic and to head off in your car, something that you just would do. And as they were doing that, they found these crosses sticking out of this concretion. And they went back and dug them out. It took them days to get them out of there. They were large, and this guy looked at them. He still had them. It's not anything that disappeared. They actually managed to hold on to these things, and he said it was pretty solid evidence that they're from the 1200s. And here they were in Arizona. They were and they found them in Arizona in the 30s. Like they found a lot of stuff that indicates Coronado all the way up into Utah and the Uinta Mountains. The Spaniards brought, those rumors of Spanish treasure up in Utah aren't just rumors. I mean, at some point there was some Spanish treasure up in Utah.
What do you think about Nova Scotia and that money pit? What do you get on that?
I think I think that a lot of people have been to that island. Again, a lot of European people were on that island before Christopher Columbus ever stepped foot, and he didn't even hit America. He hit the Bahamas. Yep. I think to say that it's very possible all the way back to the Romans, when you put in mind the cross they found, or not the cross, but the sword they found in the cove, or in the ocean, sort of close to the island, they found a pretty compelling sword. And then I've seen on the island, there was a depression on the island where they found very old wood, very old hand-forged iron binding that you would pound in. It looked almost like an upside-down pyramid, and it would hold the wood together,
Yeah.
And also Roman coins, hand-forged Roman coins. So I mean, and that's not, and all kind of shit from different time periods forward, like Viking stuff. So I think when you're talking about ocean travel and
I just mean, how the hell did they even, like, how did they even dig that thing? It seems like it would be difficult for us to do something like that now.
Well, I think it was fine until they hit a certain point that sort of caved the whole thing in. Keep in mind, that was originally found in the late 1700s by a group of teenage boys that were out exploring one day and took a boat to that island from the mainland. And they found in the ground a rock or something, I forget. Now, that's now since come up missing, and I forget. They moved that and they start digging down, and every 10 feet they were finding cross sections of platforms of hand-hewn logs. And the deeper they went, it was at like about every 10 feet, like I said. And so it's just really weird. And they have blocked off that Smith's Cove, and they've done some digging. And anytime you're finding iron that is that deep in the ground, it indicates some age. And I think it's pretty amazing when you think about not just Oak Island or Nova Scotia, but I mean, look at, like I said, the Ohio Valley. It's one way you could get, or even where I live here in the Great Lakes. I mean, to think that Champlain or those French explorers came right through my county, right through the Climax Prairie, in the 1600s, it's pretty fucking amazing history. To think that the first black people in my county, Mr. and Mrs. Enoch Harris, actually were neighbors to Johnny Appleseed, and the apple farm they started right here in our county was from seeds from Johnny Appleseed himself. So it all ties together,
Mm-hmm.
And I find the history of my own area, it's like the museum. You could walk through it and look at everything in an afternoon and not really glean much, or you could sit in front of one thing all day long and stare at it and try to learn about it and learn a lot more about one specific thing, which is what there's so much history wherever you're at living that really you could almost just look at the square block where you're standing and do the history of just that area if you wanted to break it down, and you'd have more history than you'd ever know what to do with.
I wouldn't say it's hidden, but it's all like people have turned into worker bees so much that people don't even look up at the.
There's still mysteries, like Kalamazoo has a lot of them. I mean, we had just quickly, the Ladies Library Association, one of the first in the entire country in 1855, had a 25-year retrospective written about Kalamazoo by the people that actually settled Kalamazoo. That doesn't happen, by the way. Usually it's 100 years afterwards, and it's by the descendants of the families who settle it. We had the actual settlers write the history of our town. So we had that firsthand account. And we had things here called Indian garden beds that were not done by the Potawatomi who inhabited this area in those days. It was from 1,000 years before that, from the large mound builders, and they don't know anything about them, and no one even mentions them because they all got torn up. But they were very large, football field size in the shape of spokes sometimes, and the only other people that ever spoke of them were the French explorers who came through here in the 1600s. And they speak of Kalamazoo's Indian garden beds that were here for 1,000 years. That's how they were about a foot above ground, and they made all these different designs all around here. But they all got plowed under, and you wouldn't even hear anyone talk or speak of them today. It's very weird and sad that kind of history, and I'm sure that takes place everywhere, you know, just some kind of local little regional thing. The only other place they ever found them was on the shore of Lake Michigan on the Wisconsin side. So, you know, I mean, you have to understand, they parked the Griffin, you know, that boat that the first French explorer came over here to Michigan, you know, and that's the boat they finally found that sank in Lake Superior, the Griffin, it's called, from the 1700s, early 1700s. Anyways, they parked that boat in Lake Michigan and then came up probably the Kalamazoo River or the St. Joseph River right to Kalamazoo, and then crossed Michigan over to, well, they were heading to Lake Huron where they were going to meet up with that ship that they had dropped off, the Griffin, but it never made it. It sank. They made it, the ship didn't. It's very interesting, and, you know, that's all has to do with Detroit. You know, Detroit's a French, you know, settlement, obviously. Yeah. So to find, I metal detect, so, you know, to ever hope to find like a French fur trader post or something like that, which people do find, by the way, around this state. There's a couple channels that do that specifically, would be incredible. Because Michigan's the only state that's been held by 4 nation states.
Who's that?
Niles. Well, right. Us, the French, the British. In the late 1700s was the British. In fact, they set up the Indian reservation that my house resides in now, which was abolished by the Chicago Treaty, Supreme Court decision of 1821, I think. Abolished those British very large reservations. And then after that, you had the French. No, you had the Americans again, the War of 1812, of course. The British were helping the indigenous population here fight the Americans as we almost lost it. The French were mixed in there, but also for a short time at Fort St. Joseph in Niles, Michigan, which is why it's called the City of Four Flags, you had the Spaniards, the Spain.
Oh, I didn't know that. I've been to Niles. That's a tiny little town, right?
It is a very small town. It's notable for 2 things. One being the City of Four Flags, the only city that represents 4 nation states that were in control. And also, if you've ever heard the old gospel song, The Old Rugged Church, or the, it's called The Old Rugged Church, I think. Ernest Tubbs sang a version of that back in the 40s and 50s. It was a very famous gospel song. But anyways, Niles, Michigan is the original site of the Old Rugged Church.
I'm trying to think of the restaurant I used to deliver to up there. Sailor's Pizza or something.
Could be. I haven't been to Niles in quite a while. A lot of my best friends in life actually grew up in Niles, Michigan.
It's been almost 7 years since I've been up there.
But that's definitely one of the towns of Michigan that has some real history. You know, it's close to Fort St. Joseph, I think. And that's really what has a lot of the history is St. Joe, because of the military, the French forts, you know, that were here even previous to the American Revolution.
Is which a lot we of that stuff still somewhat intact up there?
I don't really know. I know they still do a yearly, I think, archaeological dig now at Fort St. Joseph. So it is, I think, a national park or something, or part of it. you know, a lot of those, especially down south, Kentucky, Tennessee, and those valleys where the rivers are at. I mean, where a lot of activity would be at would just simply be where your vantage point or your coin advantage, more specifically, would be at geographically in terms of having to fight someone else, you know. So it would be a high bluff, you know, or something that was defendable where you had a good visual perspective of everything out in front of you or around you, but you could also repel any attacks that were coming in because things were just more violent back then. You know, people didn't send you in a note. I mean, these people would literally, I mean, it must have been frightening to, in the middle of the night, just hear the screams and all of a sudden have, you know.
Yeah, your house is burning down. And
I mean, who knows, you know.
Yeah,
shit.
hitting you. Go outside and get hit with an arrow.
But I mean, you know, even the farm that my great grandparents had in Pawpaw, Michigan, and my grandma lived on the farm. I mean, I had tons of arrowheads that she found after a flood, the Pawpaw River, at the fields there. You would just go, she said, you pick them out of the ground like they were, like you're just laying right on top of the ground after a flood, you know.
I found some myself out where I live. And you know what? You don't even see
Never found one in the wild.
Yep, found them in fields. They're neat.
Yeah, I love that kind of shit. I could do that all day, but unfortunately, it's like I want to go metal detecting and do all that, and then I just start feeling guilty because I'm not knocking out the stuff in life that seems to be holding me back, like, you know, making money and this and that. So I have a hard time justifying the hours that it takes to sort of soak into that kind of
I don't know. All I do is work.
Obsessive behavior, really. For
Go out there and do that. Go out there and do that for me. That's all I do is work. Go out there and find something cool.
Yeah, I mean, I got a buddy. We got, you know, he's a good metal detectorist. I'm halfway decent after a few years. I mean, you do really have to kind of get used to your machine and know how to read it and listen. More than anything, just know how to listen to it because it will tell you when there's something worth digging up. You know, and to me, there's still nothing more fun, you know, than digging an old coin out of the ground or an old button or even a hand forged nail. I mean, it's pretty damn exciting when you're digging around here, when you're digging something out of the ground that the very first people that came here, well, at least white, you know, whatever you want to say. There's not a lot of metal items left from the indigenous population. I mean, they just did not work with a lot of metal.
That's they were still in the Stone Age over here.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I mean, they had long houses, but those were built out of wood. I mean, they didn't forge iron. I mean, they did copper, I think, maybe for some jewelry and stuff.
I mean, they didn't have horses. They didn't have the wheel. Coming over here was nutty.
Yeah, I guess not. I guess they didn't have the wheel. I don't know.
Yeah, well, horses were extinct. Horses were extinct in North America, too. The Europeans brought them over.
Yeah, the French reintroduced horses, right?
I think so.
Or maybe the Spaniards when they came up to South America.
That's
maybe
probably
both.
True. Down in Florida and all that good stuff.
Yeah,
all
but
the above. They probably everybody that came over here probably brought them. But
I mean, when I was a kid, there were still areas in the West that had fields of wild horses. I bet that doesn't exist anymore, probably.
No.
Can you imagine seeing a field of wild horses?
No. Just imagine where we live, dude. I mean, you only live a couple hours from me, but there used to be elk. I don't know if moose were out here. The elk were out in our area. Like,
well, the only thing we got now are these annoying little deer, you know, and it's like everyone's hitting them. They're spreading around Lyme disease like every hooker in town, you know.
Well, yeah, and it can't. Well, the privatization of hunting was private property, and people are very
we have plenty of public. We have tons of public hunting land. It's just that they don't allow you to take. I don't know what it is, but there's an explosion, especially of doe.
Well, chronic wasting disease. Man.
Yeah,
people don't want to eat it anymore. Don't even want to touch it.
They don't look healthy.
Nope. I don't know why. And then people are liberal in a sense, not in a negative way, but they don't find it necessary
It's like
to call.
It's like northern exposure around my town. I have deer in my yard. I live fully in the city. And that
same
never
here.
used to happen.
Oh,
It's
I don't live in a
ridiculous.
city, but I've had them on my porch, sleeping on my porch.
Yeah, see, I can't. I mean, they creep me out after getting the Lyme disease. I mean, I don't find them to be cute little. I mean, I know it's not their fault, but they carry just the fucking plague as far as I'm concerned. They're a nuisance. They're like raccoons. They ought to be taken out.
Yeah, I leave those guys go too. You got a bunch of those guys. See, I'm even like, if I'm not gonna eat them and they're not bothering me, I'll leave them alone. If they ever start bothering me, they're dead.
Well, I don't ever bother anything, but the only thing I really like to see around are a possum. You know, because
possums are fantastic. I got a couple that live under my porch. I petted one of them and got yelled at. Yep.
They eat their body weight in ticks every year, and they are rabies resistant.
Yep. I have a couple of them that I love, and they're really dumb, and that's why I love them.
And they're America's only marsupial.
Yeah.
Also.
Yep. We have one at our house that you can walk up and pet. It'll just look at you like I can't even make the expression it makes while you're petting it. And I got yelled at by my old lady.
They're creatures of habit. They're creatures of habit, possum. They'll use the same way to go back and forth, you know, and they even look like you can tell the ones that are like senior citizens. It's almost like they got a little gray mustache and shit, like a seal would get, you know. It's very odd, but I think I just find them to be so adorable. I love possums.
Yeah. The baby one that we had was mean. I like the raccoons too out here though.
There's too many of them. I mean, again, it's like, and the raccoons look like they're better fed than half the people around here.
Yeah,
I
man.
I don't know if they're eating us or we're eating them.
I don't live in town, so just sitting out like I have a line of pines, some sort of pine or spruce trees, and they'll come out every once in a while. You see them in the yard, but they don't mess with anything. The mom a couple of years ago came out with 2 little babies and walked up to me by my car. So I was giving them oyster crackers. I got pictures somewhere of it.
I had a bad camping / LSD experience with food and raccoons when I realized there actually was at least 20 raccoons staring me down from the forest. They kept moving in on me and my buddy. We're tripping balls in a national forest, you know.
Oh no!
Well, I didn't know you weren't supposed to throw the corn cobs. You know, I'd finish, you know, because I would eat the corn, you know, and then I would throw the corn cob off in the woods. Well, they were keying in on that and coming into March, and it was quite.
They're smart too. They'll open up all your shit and take all your shit. You see a raccoon running off in your backpack.
Freeze, you know, they'd freeze right there when you put the light on them, and then you take the light off and you see them, and it's like, Jesus Christ, you're tripping, you know, and it's just like, it was a little bit much for me. I think I might have just got in the car and sat there for a few hours. It was too much.
We've sat at a campfire.
I thought they were going to attack us for sure. You know?
We've sat at a campfire at a local place and fed raccoons peanuts. Like there was one that he was sitting right at the fire like a person, and he was just handing him unshelled peanuts, and he's just sitting there he's watching us and tearing the peanuts apart.
Man, I don't want rabies, man. That shit scares me. I never know. I've seen some raccoons and animals like that be really like out of nowhere aggressive. Like you'll be walking through a pretty park with your kid or some shit, or you'll see it on video, and all of a sudden this scrawny ass raccoon will like fly out of like a bush and try to. It's like I just don't trust that, you know.
You ever see the picture of the gorilla? Or just chimpanzee or orangutan? One of them's a raccoon's walking in their cage and it just grabs it and fucking heaves it. Gone. Love that
Orangutans are vicious. Gorillas are vicious animals. I mean, I won't listen to the 911 call of the lady whose face got ripped off.
Oh, yep. I wouldn't either.
Oh, no, her friend died. She came over to help her. She was dead. This fucking gorilla had already killed her.
Biting her fingers off.
Up on Adderall and Xanax and shit. It's like, you know, the gorilla's chopping up fucking lines, you know, waiting for someone to come rip its face off. I don't trust that shit. You shouldn't have a gorilla in a cage.
No.
I just don't like it. It's not what you should have in life.
No.
I don't think you should want to have a gorilla in a cage.
No, No, I don't think so
Anyway,
either.
man, I better go. Look, man, I'm just babbling now. But I'm going to check in on this UFO thing, and also let's get back in touch with this whole when did this tip get into the system. I think that's something good to follow up on.
Yeah, I'll reach out.
I mean, we both have our opinions on it, and I'm not feeling like either one of us are feeling like it's an opinion. We both have read this somewhere, so I think coming to a real trial transcript would be about the only way to do it. So.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true.
I don't know. There's got to be some way to figure it out. I mean, because that's not just a small point.
Check the Frank's memos on the regarding the thing, because I thought the defense brought up what tip number it was in there, and I don't remember if they put when it was entered.
Okay, well, I mean, that's valid. I'm not going to disagree.
I think their point of contention was that there was supposed to be a recording or something, or a physical copy or something, and they never could find it. If I remember what they put in one of those motions, might have been Frank's 1 or 2. Yeah.
Well, I'll look at it. We can both look it up. We'll come to a conclusion.
Yep. If Fishy was around, she would know. She's good at.
I mean, it's not going to be a gray area. Either it was or it wasn't. You know.
Yeah. Once you get to the end of it, all of it's gray. And even how they found it, other than what they said, none of it makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's the problem with all of it, though. But anyways, man, thanks for being gracious and having me on. I mean, I appreciated the conversation. I thought it was fun. I know it probably wasn't a
this is stuff I like. This, that's okay. I do this because I like to talk to people and learn stuff. That was the whole reason I started doing it. Everybody I knew was Delphi. So
yeah, if the drones start shooting people and shit, go back on the air. We'll do
yeah, Terminator.
Right. But but thank you, man. You take care wherever. I don't know if you're down in Indiana or some shit. I'm up
Ohio.
Here in Michigan.
I'm right up in Northwest. Well, right out by Fort Wayne in Ohio. Not too far.
Okay.
I lived in Toledo for like 9 years. That puts you. I'm about an hour and a half from Toledo. Southwest.
All right. Sure. Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful night.
I just know where Cedar Point's at. So.
Oh fuck, that's 3 hours east of me. Fort Wayne, where Judge Gall resides, is about 45 minutes from my house.
Really? Well, that's in Indiana, Fort Wayne, but
yeah. Yep. I'm right over the line in Ohio.
Okay, so you're
I work in Fort Wayne,
Michigan. Really?
Yeah, all the above. Yeah, I'm in Detroit coming back from Detroit right now on 23. I was just up by the airport. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, 43 comes right through Kalamazoo.
Yep, I used to deliver to restaurants up there for Sofo Foods. If you've ever seen one of their trucks.
Live right off of M43, what's known as West Main Street here in Kalamazoo. Yep.
Nice. I know M43. I've only been to Kalamazoo a couple of times, but
it's a good town. It's a good town to live in. I just wish I could sell my house and get on down the road and do some delivering like I want to do, make some real money.
You can't sell your house?
Having a problem, man.
Really? Why?
I don't know.
I thought it was.
Who knows? But I guess.
I thought the market was crazy. Maybe it's down right now.
I'm on realtor.com. You can look me up, and see the house.
No. I wish you would. I'm not in the market to buy. Yeah, I'm not in the market. I have a friend that lives up there in a nice house.
I mean, this is it's old, but it's got good bones. I'm underpriced in a hot market. I'm right by campus. I mean,
my friend, his wife is she either just got her PhD up there. I can't remember if she's a professor up there, but what's the university?
Oh,
they live up there. Yeah, I'll ask them because he's a chemical engineer. They didn't like the house they're in. They just got it.
This is probably not as fancy as chemical engineers would live. I mean, but
no, they live in a shit. They live in a shit house out there. They bought right after the housing market blew up for way overpriced. But now they're making money because his wife graduated.
I'm underpriced, like I said. I mean, I'm up on a hill. There's just got no water ever. I mean, everything. it's old, but like the inspector told me, it's a much stronger house than any of the new shit that's being built. I mean, the wood alone in my walls is better than most people's wood that they use.
Yeah, I got an old native oak in my house. I would burn it down and have a stick-built house now in a heartbeat. Oh man, so all right, one more question before you go.
Yeah, sure.
What's the town? That tornado that tore out that FedEx terminal. How far was that from you? Yeah, they call that our Kalamazoo terminal. That's why I asked.
Yeah, it's in Kalamazoo County. It's in a city called Portage, just to the south of us, where Pfizer is now. Where Pfizer is now headquartered, or at least around here, it's got a huge campus. It used to be downtown Kalamazoo. Used to be a Upjohn Corporation, which turned into Pharmacia, which turned into Pfizer. That was started here in Kalamazoo, not Pfizer, but Upjohn. It was the Upjohn Pill and Granule Company, and Mr. Upjohn in the 1800s wasn't into the pills as much as the delivery mechanism, in that he developed the capsule. Before that, it was a bitter powder that you would take any medicine before the capsule was invented. And then he began to make the medicine that went into the capsules. And now every river and tributary around here glows green.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I
mean, this is where the vaccine was made here for COVID.
The Rochester Hills, Michigan, there's a Pfizer or something where they do antibiotics, and I delivered there, and they're like, you can't even be within this far in the fence if you have antibiotic allergies and all this shit. I'm like, ooh.
I mean, Uptown used to be the place to work, and back in the early '60s, they were like airline. Like my aunts worked there as stewardesses, with short dresses, and it was their job to hand out cigarettes and cocktails to the Japanese businessmen, and take care of them. It was very swanky.
Man, that's crazy. Yeah. So that tornado, how close did it end up coming out toward you?
Pretty close. It was massive. Pretty close. I knew that day. I was actually without a car that day. It's been a rough summer. I'm not used to walking everywhere, but it reminded me of Tuesday, May 13th, when I was walking home from second grade, and a tornado tore through downtown Kalamazoo, killing 5, and was the first tornado that was ever recorded on home video camera. But also, this is a bit to the south, but I could tell that day there would be a tornado. In fact, I put on my page, I said I could just feel it. I said, as I was walking, I said, ironically,
it's warm and calm.
It was, it was very tornado-esque. I knew there was going to be the pressure changed. I even made my mom come down to the basement, and the dog. I almost had to carry my mom.
Because they predicted it for a week. You know what that day was significant for in Delphi, right? In case you ever want to remember that. That was the day they had the 2-hour court hearing for when they postponed the trial. That was May 7th. Yeah, I was at the trial, and while I was there with Gambies and a couple other people, and afterwards I was sitting, we went out, and I had a bottle of wine over at the restaurant across the street, or half a bottle of wine, so I was waiting to sober up to drive to go to work later that night. It was 7 or 8 hours later, but a fucking tornado warning flies through Allen County, so I chased it all the way over for 90 miles through this thing, dropping a little tornado over and over. And now my boss called me, and our dispatcher's like, it's going to be a long night. I'm like, why? Well, our Kalamazoo terminal just got wiped out, and there's 2 people missing. I was like, what? I was like, fuck, I would have cut that trial and gone up there. I followed the wrong damn storm.
Well, if you looked at any video of that, it was a large F3 that actually ended up being. It was quite a large wedge-shaped tornado. I was
a mile or 2 miles wide.
I mean, when I was a kid, the one that hit downtown, it was very memorable. I mean, I came right downtown afterwards because we were dumb like that, and I took pictures, and the cops were kicking people out, and there were glass were blown out every window everywhere. It was nuts. Every large tree in Bronson Park.
No one understands what it's like to walk into their town after one of those hits, and it doesn't look like the same town anymore.
Yeah, and just the way it feels as it's hitting. I mean, I was at Cedar Point once when one flew right over. Everyone was running and screaming like a horror movie. It was nuts.
That's one of my passions to do, and I don't get much time to do it. And it pisses my old lady off because she says it's dangerous.
Yeah, I don't chase them. They seem to find me. I like to stay away from storms.
Hey,
I don't go trying to have these UFO encounters either. I mean, people are out there doing what they call these CE5 contact events, where they're flashing laser pointers at them and making them react to it. I'm not trying to. You start inviting that shit into your life, and people talk about ghosts. I don't really buy into a lot of ghost stuff, other than I think it might represent a manifestation of, their own sort of thing, and I do think they're probably real, but I guess I just wasn't prepared for all the possible magical side of this, or woo side, or religious side, or esoteric side, where certain rituals might actually put you in contact with certain things.
If you check out the first video on my channel,
scary,
it's easy to find because I don't upload many videos other than lives. But it's an EF3 that hit Parker City in March. We sat on my mother-in-law's porch and recorded it, and then it broke off, and another one dropped down and smashed part of the town my old lady's from, Winchester. Took out their Taco Bell and shit. An EF3 tornado.
Oh yeah.
Fucking. This was the year for it, but it was interesting. We had to go clean up a nursing home that got wrecked. Nobody died. I think one person died a month or two later from injuries or something. They were elderly. We were carrying them out of the.
Yeah, that's a bad situation. I mean, that's a helpless situation. Or if you've ever seen these tsunami waves come in some of these countries where people go, "Oh, I'm safe on the roof," and you're like, "Oh shit, you're not safe on the roof. Everything's just gone." Right? It's just so terrible. Like it makes my whole stomach drop. It's just so helpless, and but I mean, I lived through a bad flood once. It was not like that, like a tsunami wave, but in Fort Collins, Colorado, when a supercell sat over the mountains for a couple hours, and all of a sudden a river of water came down and derailed a train and blew literally a liquor store literally exploded. People died in the trailer park right behind the pizza joint I worked in because the trailer turned sideways against the culvert and everything backed up, and it took all the trailers off their foundations, and they were 10 feet up in floodwater in a matter of seconds, really. And this massive swirling muck of electrical wires and fire. It was like all of a sudden you looked around, it was like you were in Vietnam, like there were fires and wires fall, it was just like, what the fuck just happened? And next morning, CNN was in our parking lot,
Yeah. It's like when the big tornadoes go through and you see the wreckage, but you don't smell the natural gas and just the wood and carnage that.
Yeah, some things are a real mystery, man. I had a real bad time. I got on a bus once to New Mexico in my slippers, with a broken hand because I was just having a bad day. Next thing I know, I'm in Springfield, Missouri, and the bus just runs out of power in the middle of the night, right in the middle of the highway, and we're in an overpass. And right at that moment, a tornado crossed the road.
Whoa.
So if we would have not lost power in the bus, we would have been hit by the tornado. Now, the bus remained without power for hours, and people got back on. Now, I wouldn't stay on the bus because it was dark, and I felt a semi was going to crash into the back of the bus. Was right in the lane. It was nuts. And but if that bus wouldn't have died, it's possible the tornado, it went right across the road. The sirens were going off when we lost power to the bus.
Yep.
This just weird shit happens,
Yep. My town, there was a big one, and one of the only people that died drove right into it during the day. Didn't know what it was, I guess.
Yeah, you want to drive in the opposite direction of wherever those are coming.
Yeah.
But hey, man, be safe. And I can hear freezing rain accumulating out here right now as it's clicking against the.
It's not. Yeah, I'll say it's a little bit of sleet, but it's not down here. It's not freezing, thankfully yet. It's supposed to warm up as the night. Yeah, it's supposed to warm up over the next couple hours, supposedly. Hopefully.
That's good. Yeah, I tell you, when it goes from a warm to cold, freezing rain, that's when you're in trouble. When it goes from cold to warm,
usually
you're all right because it doesn't accumulate.
Yeah,
but I remember
I'm terrified. I got 2 pups. I don't want to drive in that.
I've been through a bad ice storm too on New Year's
too.
Eve 1985, and we had about 1.5 inches of ice fall, and we were without power for over a week. It was crazy.
Never been in one like that, but I've been through a bunch of them driving.
I've never seen it. I've never seen destruction like that. Just everything was down everywhere.
Yep. Houston,
totally immobilized. Mother Nature can be a son of a gun. That's why it's good to be prepared.
Yep. Always have stocks on water and stuff. But yeah, I'll let you go. You need to go to bed. You're on Eastern time too.
Oh yeah, no, it ain't too bad. It's only just after midnight, anyways.
I'm not used to coming to work this early. It feels like 3 in the morning.
We got one watcher. Cindy came back to say hi to us.
Oh, we got 5 of them. People are sleeping.
Oh, do we? Oh, wow. I'm
shocked.
I think people are stuck around that long. Got to be putting people to sleep by this point. But you know what's interesting though? I'm gonna go scour the internet for drone coverage, or I might just go out and record my own at some point.
Yeah. Well, before I get off here for the drones, did you hear about the dude in New Jersey that flew a drone up to go and look at him? I saw this on Twitter.
No, I didn't hear that anyone was successful doing that.
Oh no, he flew one up with a fresh battery ready to go.
Yeah, and it fell right out of the sky.
The battery immediately died and it went down. Like,
that's what's happening to everyone's drones who try to fly it up there, is they have some way to drain, just like they've always said UFOs do to people's stuff. It drains the battery either on their camera, their car, whatever. You know, so that could be technology from the government. It could be an anomaly in someone's battery. You know, I don't know, but it could also just be the beginning of something a lot bigger, and that's what I feel like it is. And I haven't been wrong so far. If you look back at my ridiculous predictions from about, 3 weeks ago, like Criptex is telling you, I'm not bullshitting about it. Everything I said 3 weeks ago is happening right now.
What is your @ on YouTube? Like just farmer?
It's just Derek, DEREK, then _ farmer, FARMER. Yep. And when you open my page up right there, it should open with my my sighting just turns right on immediately. It's the first thing that loads on my page. It's only a 44-second deal. But Scott Roeder was impressed. I don't know, he hasn't gotten back with me, but he did send me an email saying it was legitimate.
That's crazy. You guys are seeing them in Michigan too. There you are.
That was December 5th, 2023. So when they were talking about December 4, and it was December 6, 2023, that the Langley sightings over by the Pentagon there over that military base started, and those look very similar to what I recorded. So it was only 1 day different from that. So I do feel they're related somehow.
Your first one is Storm from the Coldor.
Oh yeah, go to my
episode 2 from the 4ABN.
Yeah, no, try the shorts. Go to shorts.
Shorts.
Should pop up there.
There's a band. Yep, there's the second one. There's a band playing on one, and then.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you can pop it on the screen.
I can't click it while I'm on here. No, because I'm on mobile. Unfortunately, driving, I can't.
I don't even know how to do that.
I wish you could.
It's like I've never done it even on my own show, but.
Oh shoot! If you're on a computer, it's not bad. You just hit share. You can pull stuff up on here. That little share button on there.
Oh.
You get a hold of me through email. I'll send you my number or something. It's not.
Okay.
It's not too bad. I'll walk you through it. Yeah, I helped Fishy get through a bunch of it too. Yeah. But once you figure it out once, you're good to go.
Yeah. That'd be great if I could even share any media content. That would help me want to do a live.
Oh yeah.
That
share button.
News clips I want to mix in and shit. You know.
If you're on Chrome, which is best for StreamYard, get on StreamYard, do it, and then hit that share button, and then just have a separate window open and click that window on the share thing, and you can play whatever you want.
Right.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. I will. I'm gonna actually practice that. I don't know.
I've been showing a bunch of people how to do this.
I found it. You found my page. Did you watch my sighting yet?
I can't watch it until I get off of here, but I will.
All right, we'll get off of here, but
I'll comment on
that. My email's on my page. Hit me up, but just watch it a couple times and listen to what I say. Man, it's pretty incredible, I think.
No, I bet.
And it feels,
yeah.
I feel like when you watch it, you'll be like, oh, yep, that's Derek. Because just my content, what I say is just like, obviously, like, I was like, oh, a motherfucking alien, you know, like, how dare you, you know? But that's pretty good stuff. But hey, man, it was nice kind of getting to know you a little bit. I look forward to
yeah, you just let me know when you're free. I'm free pretty much every night. All I do is work. Fishy does one of these. I generally, this isn't even my channel, but I generally I just help her out, and if she gets bored of talking, yeah, she gets bored of talking. I think I'm more of a live streamer than she is, but that's okay. Yeah, she's good at the guests and all that. I'm good at talking. So when she gets done with her topic stuff, I just keep it going for her. And people don't harass me. If I go on my channel, they take it down and they get all pissy. And
right. Yeah, I know you argue a lot with people.
For fun though.
Yeah,
I argue for fun, not in a mean way. I don't get personal.
No, I never got that from you.
I'm a troll for fun, like not like a.
Too, you know, so
yeah,
and
everybody knows that.
Yeah, it was sort of your thing. I mean, you're not a jerk about it, man.
I'm gonna make poop jokes and tease people.
Yeah, you never offended me. I mean,
that's amazing. It's a lot of offense.
But maybe you can someday. So you know, if I can.
I'm good at it. Anything that's offensive, I will broach it.
I mean, I don't usually like talk politics or religion because I just don't know enough about that stuff. But I find a lot of things highly entertaining, and
I'll talk about anything. I won't force someone to take my point. I don't care.
Right. Well, that's just not the American way.
Yep.
We all got to form our own opinion. Yep. But be safe out there on the road, and if you're ever coming through Kalamazoo, let me know. We'll meet up and we'll have a little lunch.
Brother. Hell yeah.
All right.
I haven't been up there in years, but we get up there, I'll let you know. All right. Peace, man.
All right, you take care. Bye, everybody. Cindy, you guys, thanks for watching tonight. It was a pleasure to come on here, and thanks to Don't Hate Create for having me, and to Criptex also for having me. Thanks, everybody.
Yep, guys, don't forget to check out @Derek_Farmer and @Criptex, and of course, hit a like and subscribe and share and be kind.
Be kind. All right. Have a good night, guys.
Fast forward. Yep. Bye.